Da-da-da.
Hello.
Do you want me taking it up, or are you taking it, Griff?
Oh no, I was waiting for the go sign. You just sort of
we're good.
I don't know why I was expecting a bigger push. Hello everybody. Welcome to OPEC session 7?
7.
Which we've only lost one player so far, which is pretty good. There was some actual bridge building yesterday to patch up the person we lost, that whole situation, so that's also good.
Because we played yesterday.
Waiting to see which way these folks choose to zig or zag towards the end game. But before we really dive into reintroducing you to the folks at hand and giving a quick recap, let's have our head of heads, Vinny, do a quick overview of the channel and the Kickstarter, and then we'll come back to this little bubble.
Yes. Hello, guys. I'm Vinny, or Vander. I am a person here. I don't know. Any bigger title feels weird. So I'm just gonna say I'm a person here.
He's modest. It's adorable.
This exists. We are Records of the Realms. We play a bunch of D&D games. Also, we're gonna have a lot of other different TTRPG games coming up very soon, hopefully, which I'm really excited about. A lot of new, unique things, which is going to be really interesting and fun. And weird, different group dynamics, which is also going to be a lot of fun.
Oh, yes.
In addition to that, we do have a Kickstarter that is going on for 7 more days. That's right. It's going to be going up until next end of next session of Blight is going to be when it finishes up. So if you want to check it out, it has items not seen here, but seen in most of the other campaigns that are run by me. I do not run this one. That goes to Griff. Griff, it's up to you.
Hi, I am Griffin _ESS. If you're looking for me on Instagram, and I am running this little show, and I do illustration on the side. And honestly, this little show has just been me testing out a novel world that I've been working on, because I'm working on my second book right now. First one, I might have a publisher lined up, so we'll see if that comes to fruition. I might be able to plug that soon. That'd be cool. But for now, let's meet some of the players. We're gonna go Vander last. Elle, tell us about you and yours, and your current character's point of view / motivations, positions, and priorities.
Alright, I'm Elle. I play Quillz Nimbledigit. She is a gnome librarian who likes to get drunk with her fisherman buddies on the side.
Love that.
Yes, it's my favorite. It's my favorite thing. You can find me, Elle, on Instagram at T and Daisies with 2 S's at the end. And Quillz is just I feel like she's taken over the mom role, kind of, but she's not a mom character.
No.
She's not. But she's just kind of like, oh, we need to take care of people. Let's take care of people, I guess. Sort of. Kind of. I guess that's the right thing to do. So that's kind of where she's at, because they've just, if I'm remembering, if my brain is on, we just brought some people from Lorta to OPEC to get them treated.
Correct.
So she's trying to get that situated.
Nice. Artemis, tell us about your character, yourself, and the character's current positions and priorities.
Yeah, hi, I'm Artemis. I play Snipps, a blue-scaled kobold, and also cook at the Marigold Inn. Where Elle's character Quillz is smart, and Vinny's character Chanor is intelligent. Well, because of a headband. Snipps is present. He's not the most intelligent. He's not the smartest. He's mostly just happy to be here and to have fun, and also hopefully not let anyone else die, because that happened one time and we don't want to repeat that. Yeah, he wasn't at the on the trail to Lauder this time, but was studying a little bit at the library, so we'll see what comes of that.
Great. And Vander, background to you and Chanor. Same general questions.
Hi, I'm Vander. You can see my stuff over here. Cosplay photography and videography is my main shtick when I'm not doing D&D stuff. I play Chanor Rent, a divination halfling. Yes, I did it, and I actually completed the trifecta. I am a divination halfling, and I took the lucky feat. I have all the ways to try to cheat fate, and we're gonna see if it works. He is very happy to actually help out Lorda, which was the original goal that he had at the very least. He has bittersweet moments thinking about Ave and the fact that they finally got what we wanted accomplished, kind of. And now he's determined to find a way to make it so that the clinic gets better funding so we can take care of more people, no matter if they are from OPEC or not, and maybe hopefully finding a better way to help out the other people.
Neat. And otherwise, I get to be everything else in the world, including NPCs and general forces. So, last time you guys did spend a lot of time out in Lorta, getting sort of connected with their current state of things, kind of putting a bridge down from the last chaos and returning the seed pods, kind
Getting
of
killed this
taking
time.
a better temperature, and then brought back some patients that could get treated better out after having fed everybody really well out there. Or at least like gave them a nice stopgap for the time being. And yeah, you guys have done some nice outreach and charity stuff this last session, and now you're back in town. You're checking up on the current state of patients. You're trying to get some funding. You're trying to do a little bit of research. But let's have you all roll for initiative for this session. And let's see what you have been up to in the meantime. Anyone who gets 20 or higher, you can just shout out. Otherwise, I will go down the chunks as needed. Doesn't seem like anyone got higher than 20. Higher than 15.
17.
That's a Chanor for 17. Higher than 10.
12.
Quillz on 12. Snipps, what do you got?
9. I got a
Snipps.
4 on the die.
Yeah, nice spread.
Cool. So, and for the viewers at home who may be new for some reason, if you're jumping in now, good luck trying to understand what's happening, but I believe in you. I always have. But in terms of the initiative roll, I always do the one roll at the end of any long rest or beginning of a session where I know time has passed, and that way, when going around and trying to figure out a situation where everyone should be doing something, I can just go down the list instead of having everyone talk at once. It's way easier, especially on live streams. So, we do now have a little bit of time has probably passed. You guys have been back. You've done some things. You're trying to get everyone situated. So we're going to do another check-in on how you've been spending your time. Chanor, besides your initial actions once getting back to town and checking on everything, is there anything you want to make sure has officially happened or is acknowledged? Let me know, and then just tell me how you've been spending your downtime. Your 3 slots as normal.
Cool. After getting back, he's gonna just start taking notes of what he can with their new patient, like as is, but that's just like a thing that's gonna recur. Like whenever he's at the clinic, he's gonna check in on this person they got strapped up and just see how their physiology is going back to normal a bit. But besides that, he's going to be. Yeah, I don't think there's anything in particular as like just to like. I definitely make sure this happens, but I know what I want to do with at least 2 out of my 3 slots. I don't know about the third yet.
You can hold. I don't need to know them all right now. If you want to hold off on and like.
Yeah, I'll hold off on one in case
retro.
I can help somebody else with something or figure out something else for my.
Cool.
My first one is going to be because we talked about it at the end of last session. I do want to talk to Marcus, the hotel owner.
Right.
I am looking for people who know people who could help us get more funding, specifically at the clinic, because we're getting a lot of bodies, both dead more dead than alive, or more alive than dead, hopefully. And I want to keep them that way. And besides me, the other clinic workers also deserve like a little bit of a raise, and also having more doesn't hurt when it comes to a hospital. It just never hurts.
Yeah.
So, Marcus, I was
Cool.
told knows
We'll
people.
roleplay that in a moment. What's your second slot?
Second slot, after checking out this person's physiology and see how they've used polymorph to slowly change their body, I want to experiment on myself a bit using polymorph. I
Okay.
want to...
Not polyamory.
No, but not that.
Polygamy. The holes, all the polys.
Polyamorph.
All the polys. I'm just gonna try all the polys. Some
Polygon.
yeah, polygons.
Roly polies.
Yeah.
Poly pocket.
I am going to try to see if on off days when I'm not using my spell work, but like, or I guess it depends on how we want to translate it. We can say if it's all done on my day off, because that's how it works. Trying to remember how the downtime works. So on one of my days off, I'm gonna use like all my mana on one day to polymorph parts of myself, similar to how this person slowly changed their biology to be amphibian. I want to try to see if I can give myself hooves or horns and just like add little bestial features if possible.
Are you going to become a satyr?
I'm curious. I don't know if
totally
that works.
Swung this door open and had no. I don't know why I didn't expect that somebody would try to lean into this. God damn it.
So, at home in my apartment when I'm just like, I'm not doing anything. Hooves, if I can. I don't know. I'm gonna just try
picturing
testing
your mom
it out.
hanging there and be like, "You're not polymorphing in there, are you?" No.
Shut up.
We could call it Chanor's Happy Time if we want to.
Chanor's Happy Time?
That's
a Transformers reference.
But yeah.
An awful reference from an awful
I
movie.
love that. No, first one was good. Well, that's an opinion.
Nah,
I thought it was good.
First one was okay.
I haven't seen any of them, so like, what's new? Elle hasn't seen a movie. What's new?
Yeah, I think we need to change. Maybe not Transformers, but in general. But yeah, I'm gonna just practice and see what comes of it. I don't know what comes of it. That's a choice for you.
Right. Well, I would like you to roll and take note of 6 Arcana checks. Just hold on to the numbers for now. I'm going to move on to Quillz for downtime actions, and then I get through everybody. I'll come back for the actual like little role plays and consequences.
Cool.
Mm-hmm.
Quillz, what are you up to?
Quillz is gonna for sure spend one of her downtimes at the fishing lodge, drinking, hanging out with her buddies, and reading them a book or two. And of course, just having a good time with her pals.
Very nice.
Mm-hmm. Gotta keep up those relationships. Her other one, she wants to go with Chanor to see Marcus.
Okay, see, this is like why I like stacking these.
Mm-hmm.
Marcus time.
And then, her third one is she's going to, her coworker Margaret, the one who gossips all the time. She's going to see if Margaret knows anything weird about the cemetery that they haven't heard yet.
Cemetery. Cool. Right, roll me. You're gonna do one general charisma check. So any, I'm aside. I presume you're not trying to intimidate your fisherman friends. So any other intimidate or social checks you want to roll, whatever you have a bonus in, feel free to roll that and hold on to that number until later, and roll a investigation check with advantage as well for the rumor check. And we will come back to all this in a moment.
Okay, I will do that.
Snipps.
Snipps has spent the time the other two went to Lauder in the library and has found a very interesting book just talking about some possible draconic heritage of some kobolds. So he's definitely going to spend 2 more slots trying to investigate that.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Yes. I do now,
Okay.
yes.
Okay, good. So he's going to
Research.
get a little bit more in tune with his ancestry, I guess, and try to pick up some useful tools from that. The last slot would probably be to try to get the marigold going a little bit more. As in trying to be a little bit more present, not just in the kitchen, but also in the actual rooms of a tavern where people go and hang out and drink and eat and just have fun. And to basically try to mix and mingle a little, both to possibly hear what's going on in town, if anything has changed, but also to uh, basically try to be the jovial part that Avi was and now is not anymore.
Okay. Gotcha. Then I will need 3 performance checks from you, we're going to call it. Since you're sort of trying to engage socially in a way that you're not used to, so you're still kind of going through the motions and hoping for good outcomes. So hold on to those numbers, and we'll come back to you in a moment.
Okay.
Cool. Let's go with the hotel owner first. So, Quillz and Chanor, you folks head over and track down Marcus, who is sort of like, what time of day are you going? Let's start with that.
I would advise not during a meal rush or during check-in time, which is typically around 3 o'clock for most establishments.
I'm buying it.
I don't know if that counts in. I know that's today's date, but I don't know if that. Yeah, I'm down for whatever. If it's during one of our downtime / day offs, I'm really good to do it whenever. And I'm down to take your advice of being
10
like,
a.m.
not during a meal rush. So
10 a.m.
10 a.m. I guess.
So we're going morning. Yeah, you Marcus is just kind of like standing around. You can see that there are some people like prepping inventory at the bar and like getting seats and tables set up. Sort of a reset after breakfast. They're like, putting fresh rolls of silverware and whatnot out. Very, very modern approach to resetting a table area. But yeah, he's just sort of like watching over things, making sure, keeping an eye on the front desk as people are checking out. Obviously, there's no like line or rush for that the same way, but yeah, he's just sort of overseeing and spots you too. Hey, haven't seen either of you since, gosh, maybe performance night?
Sounds about right for
It's been a while. Been a hot minute.
a bit.
How have you been?
How was the morning?
It's, with nothing really going on. We haven't had a lot of heavy foot traffic through. With all this like weird rumors about stuff on the road happening and some weird stuff having gone down in Lorda, there's just been a lot of people not coming this way if they can avoid it sometimes. So it's been a little slow, but we still have the festival coming up in a few weeks, so hopefully it kind of gets another spike. We'll see.
Oh yeah, that's exciting. Yeah, I can't wait for festival.
Yeah, it'll be a good time.
Well,
It's always a good.
we're attempting to change some of the stuff related to the scariness in the woods and the issues with Lorda.
Oh, fantastic.
We've actually been to Lorda a couple times, and or at least the last time we went, we left on good terms. So there's always a chance to have an uptick, but they're doing pretty rough right now. But I'm sure once they're better, they'll be willing to come back down.
Gotcha. No, that's good to hear. They've definitely been having a rough time, and there's never like I've sent some food up and some other like resources when possible, but gosh, there's only so much you can do.
We're learning that.
We are indeed.
I actually don't know what it is that you you Quillz wanted to do here. So what was Quill's lead on? Anything in particular? I'm just
Just
curious.
to assist, just to assist in any way she
cool.
can.
Thanks. I appreciate it, because I was gonna be
Nice.
like, if you're doing something, yours might be
Just
the better.
no.
I don't want to bury the lead, so
No, she's just here to like be like, yeah, we need some help with this piece, and then keep.
Nice.
Marcus, this doesn't have to come from you directly, but I know that you're like when we first came here, you were the guy who just knew people and like helped us not get settled all the way, but you were able to point us in the right directions for things, and like you took care of our first meal. You were great, and I feel like someone like
we
you
try to provide a service.
appreciate
Very
it.
like proud.
And thing is, you know, I work at the clinic, and like I also want to provide a service. It's a very specific service. It's just trying to help people, trying to keep people from getting sick or getting hurt or, gods forbid, dying. And
Gotcha.
we're trying our best, and I think we're doing really well. We got a bunch of people in from Lorda who were doing pretty bad, and I think we're taking care of them pretty well. But the thing with the clinic, besides me, there are other people who are working there, and they're not everyone there who gets paid what they deserve for the stress they're getting put out with. But we also get low on supplies sometime, and I'm just wondering if you know a good connection. I prefer it be something from the city, but potentially even like an individual, like a sect or something, where we could garner more help or funds or something that would it would help the general population of OPEC. It could also really help Lorda.
Do see your points. Okay. Let me think. Oh, so you're looking for financial and supply support mainly.
If you got people
who are a bit well-to-do.
Say if you got
There's a couple
people
people in town who are like philanthropically minded who might be able to donate towards some increased wages and staffing capacity. There's at least one or two buildings. They're not at the clinic, but if you wanted to set up a satellite location, we could probably figure that out. Like flags down a couple like people running around. Who's just like, hey, can you do me a favor? Take down these messages. And like takes down a little note thing, hands them off things. Deliver that to this person. Deliver that to this person. Run this message over to here, and after that, check in with Hector and see how the produce is looking for today. I want to make sure it gets here by 1, and if you are coming back around that way, you might be able to just like kick him in the butt or just pick it up and bring it over yourself. So let me know how that works. And person just runs off. He's like, okay. So,
if you need help picking up
messages.
if you need help picking up the produce, you're welcome to use the wagon that we have. Gauze runs pretty fast, so instead of someone trying to run it around.
I'll keep that in mind next time. They do have a pretty good hand cart, and if they're already on their way, that's good. And worst case, it shouldn't be late. But it might come in handy coming close to the festival when we need to like run a lot more stuff back and forth. Nice. But I sent 2 of those notes were going to people who are philanthropically minded, so we'll see what comes back from them. And at least one of them is one of the textile people. They kind of import-export different types of cloth, and they make a lot of their own fabrics. But if they're doing that, they often do have like weird mismatched stuff that they don't know how to repurpose and isn't big enough to make a new piece of clothing out of, but could be repurposed for bandages as long as the cloth itself is clean, which most of it is, because a lot of it's been not used ever. We can get some of that going. And they will also be in contact with somebody else who helps with the dyes and stuff, which often there's like some alcohols and other things that could be technically plausibly used. You'd have to check the materials and see if they're clinically viable, but some of the stuff can be used to like clean wounds if diluted and whatnot. So there's some options. But I'll keep the wheels turning and see who else. This is one of the downsides of living in like a commonwealth where there isn't as much of a like leadership body, but I think we have enough hands around who are interested in helping where possible. I think we'll get you set up.
Great. And anyone here, like if you have anyone who needs like a free checkup or something, you send them my way. I'm willing to. I want people to be good and I want people to be healthy. That's not my only concern. Like if money wasn't involved, I wouldn't even ask for more money. Like that doesn't matter to me.
Oh, totally.
It's just needed.
No, but if you're going to take, I mean, I'm sure you guys could ask for volunteers, but you're going to get more hands if there's some kind of stipend that they can count on if people are coming to help out at the clinic. I'll also check with some of the dock workers and see if there's stuff coming in or out from places that, sometimes the ships coming in have excess things or stuff that they're not sure where it's going to get moved off to, and if some of that is medically minded supplies or supplies that can be used that way.
Oh,
might be doable.
You also know a lot of people. Do you know? I don't remember the name of this group because I remember just meeting this group of the traveling helping hands group. I know you had a particular name, but it was like Helpers Without Barricades or something like that. Healers Without Barricades, I think.
I forgot about that.
And like,
yes.
Do you know those people? They gave me a way to contact them, and I might see if they're available for help. And I'm curious if you know anything more about them.
They do travel. Sometimes they travel with the ships. Sometimes they travel on the roads. They've come through a couple times, but oftentimes we don't really need them, so they'll just kind of stop over for a one-nighter before moving on to wherever's next. It hasn't really come up. I guess they check in here because back in the big days of Blight, there was a little bit more need around here. So there's sort of a legacy check-in policy, but yeah, for the most part, I guess we're like a nice little pause. We give them a little bit of a break, but I'm sure if they're coming through again, I can flag down and sort of put a prioritization word on the street.
I mean, you could do that, or if you just want to send me, if they're relaxing and like everyone deserves the time off if they got it. So like if they're actually relaxing for a bit, I mean, I appreciate it whenever healers get a moment to relax. But you could have someone send me a message, maybe just come down to the clinic. I'm usually there unless I'm off doing something really stupid or dangerous somewhere else, which is about once every 2 weeks. So
fair enough. I get that. Kind of wish you guys were doing stupid things here more often, and the bar could definitely use the activity, but that's a different conversation.
When I
Depends on your definition of stupid.
Yeah, when I know there's a whole city not in trouble anymore, I will rent out a few rooms for Quillz and her friends down at the dock, so they have to come up here for a bit.
Oh gosh. Spa day for the fisher folk.
Yeah.
Love it.
They won't know what to do with themselves.
They'll have a good time. You can read them a story while they're relaxing in like a mud bath or something.
What is this manicure? My fingers are so soft.
God.
So you're not supposed to keep blisters. Huh.
You're not supposed. You mean I'm not supposed to pop these?
Oh God.
Wait until they're infected so you can go to the clinic.
Anyway.
More business.
Anyway. I'll definitely put the word out because a lot of those people, they travel on the trading routes, and they kind of use the word on the routes of like what towns are doing well versus poorly to know where they should be going next. So with the stuff in Lorda recently, they might be coming through soon. If so, I will make sure that they know that the local clinicians would like to have a chat if plausible. If we're expecting any sort of, since we're seem to be taking in people from Lorda, I can also give them a heads up that like while they're on downtime, they might need to be picked once or twice to be like, hey, can you come give us a boost? But that's what they're here for, and they will, I'm sure, be happy to accommodate.
Last thing, is there anything you need, Marcus? Like, I mean, you run a good ship. Everything seems to go smoothly, but I'm at the clinic. Quillz is at the library. Is there anything that we can do to help you guys out?
I guess it feels like it's out of your purview, but wait until the festival, and basically, Yessie's performance versus the festival. Those are like the two big pops this time of year. And in the meantime, like we just have like the one or two local musicians who comes in and does like the Friday night showcases, little background live music. But like, if you guys have any ideas for like performance stuff, like I'm always looking for a new act.
Karaoke.
Who's karaoke?
Just carrying blocks of oak.
Does it say who's karaoke?
Is that like a game?
No. So, well, we could make a game out of it, but essentially it's like where you just have like the people, like, say you've got like a musician off to the side, and then like somebody will go up and they'll like tell them what song they want to play, from a pre-selected list of songs, and then that person can just go up and sing one song.
So it's like
That way
so
you
it's
don't
like a
have to.
cease
That way you don't
shanty.
have to pay.
So it's
That
a
way you don't have to
shanty,
pay.
but with one person.
Pay. So that way you don't have to pay an entire band. That way you could just be like, "Who wants to come?" And then you're making more money that night.
Actually, it's like a sing-along, but with formative, competitive stuff, where everyone kind of gets to show off or just kind of like make full of themselves.
Mm-hmm.
This is the type of thing I think would get some activity kicking around here. That's not bad.
I'm full of great ideas, Marcus. You should see me more often.
Yeah, no, we'll try to set this up. We'll get you a table.
And I'll bring my fisherman buds. I'm sure they'll have a blast.
Oh, that wasn't a joke. You've really been hanging out with the fishermen? Really?
Yeah.
The two of you, I would not have pegged it.
Yeah, I went there to ask some questions about what's happening on the lake, and we all just clicked. We're very different backgrounds, but for whatever reason, they click. I mean, have you not seen that they called the Fisher Lodge the bookworm bait shop now?
It's the erotica.
I have not been down that way to see the change, but that sounds fantastic. That is really neat. Like, I always kind of am impressed when I talk to any of them, because they do, like, the exposure they get to all different types. Like, they're a lot more, like...
They're a lot more learned than we think.
Yeah, like, it's all via conversation more than your book reading stuff, but I can see why there's a kinship here. There's still that sort of hungriness where you have a traditional didactic and they're a bit more autodidactic. Digging it.
It's a great time. It's a great time.
Well, this has been fantastic. Hopefully the messages will get some assets back to you folks, and I will keep my ear out on the visiting clinicians. I'll also put a little bit of word on the street if anyone is looking to moonlight or pick up a side job. Now, if we can get some, once the money starts going to the clinic, maybe we can get some help that way. And the textile people will be in touch directly, I'm sure, because they won't feel the need to talk to me. I'm not in the middle on this one. Yeah. Good to see you two.
Good to see you
too, Marcus.
Thank you. Cool.
Merci beaucoup.
One thing accomplished.
We'll come back to the outcomes. Consequences sounds bad.
Consequences.
Damn it.
Consequences is technically a neutral term, but it does invoke fear.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Polymorph research. What did you get on those rolls?
Oh, I thought that's what you were talking about consequences for. So I also have a question. Are these all during the same day or different days?
These are all different. I'm just assuming like you tried 6 different times or 6 different sessions of like an hour or two trying to like do a thing and then a different thing.
Cool. Was I allowed to burn luck points or any of my BS that I would have on different days for these, or no? You can say no if you want. I rolled extra in case you said yes, so I just had them already pre-done, but if you also say no, I don't care. I just wanted to ask.
You get 2. We'll give you two redos.
Okay. We'll cross out those.
I was
then.
actually also going to ask about that regarding the performance checks. Nice.
All right.
So for every 3, you get 1 retry.
Cool. Then.
And I don't have any of that advantage, so we're just sticking with it.
If I'm ever with you,
you two time lookers.
Yeah, if I'm ever with you, I'm glad to use my crap. I have too much. Okay, so my numbers are 17. 26, 24, 19, 10, and 26.
Yeah.
That is some.
Did you just multiclass into Druid?
Yeah, losing. I 2 other ones would have been pretty bad, but that's why I asked about the roll thing beforehand, because it just made it so it wasn't awful.
Yeah, no, you kind of like unpack this pretty efficiently and figure out how to do isolated polymorphic minor changes to your physiology in the specified ways of giving yourself hoofs and giving yourself horns. I do not know what that means to like actual use. We'll burn that bridge when we come to it.
None at all. This is just me being stupid.
Fake.
Like if at some point you give yourself horns and headbutt the next person in a tiny hut with you. We'll see if that gives you advantage on that shove.
I don't. Maybe I'll need to climb up a mountain, and having the hooves will make it easier for me. I have no idea. I didn't think of a reason for this. I just was like, Chanor would try this, so.
God, I need to send you the Larry Miller skiing story because there's a whole goat side narrative that is just fucking hilarious that now I can't not think of.
You're gonna seduce all the ladies with your hooves.
Probably not. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe it's exotic enough. I have no idea.
Ladies and or gentlemen. I'm not sure exactly how Chanor swings. I don't even know if he swings.
I mean, if you get you some body paint, you could pass as a tiefling.
Fair. I did figure out what I wanted for my last slot, which was just going to be to check in on Hilda and the egg and stuff. Oh wait, not Hilda, not Hilda and the egg. I wanted to check in with I do want to check on that, but I only have 3 slots, and I had to spend one of them on something stupid because I haven't done that in a while. I want to check in on our person who we have like tied up and stuff, because at some point we should let them go if there's a reason that we can.
Well, we need to. We might need to psych ward them. So
yeah. So if anyone wants to help with that, you're more than welcome to. But like that's just the thing I think. Chanor is going to study this person and talk to them at some point.
So you do go to check on them. They're still being sedated. Like, you're on your way out of the clinic one morning to go do one of these other chores, and like on your way out, you pop in, and you see that they have lost almost all of the augmentations. They seem to have normal physiological responses of what you would expect, and they're still unconscious for the time being, though. So I will leave it to you at that point to determine if you do want to burn your slot on doing a proper checkup on them. We can just like call it a hand wave, say that you cut the sedation down by half on the notes for the people like maintaining them while you're out, and then by the time you get back, they'll be possibly interactive enough that you can get some solid time with them.
Yeah, I'm down for that.
Cool. Yeah, you circle back after one of your other chores, or just like a lunch break or something. It doesn't even have to be one of the other things. And you come in, and the person's just kind of like groggily, like sipping at broth or something that they brought them. Yeah, he is just a little bit out of it, a little bit stoned, but for the most part coherent.
Cool. We can move on to someone else and then come back to this, just in case anyone else wants to be here for this.
Fair enough.
And I know
Quillz would like to be there, but she doesn't have to because she's burned all of her slots now.
Well, that's the thing. If you guys want to like overlap on this, that's fine. You just can't use the help action in the process. Like, the Marcus conversation was pretty much like I gave you auto successes because it wasn't difficult. There's not a time pressure, and Marcus is connected enough.
Cool.
But if there was a roll involved, you would have had advantage because you both burned a slot to do the thing, so you would have had advantage.
What I allowed to say like during lunch, I went and grabbed them and it's like, hey, for like a half hour, can you just be here? So if I can't think of questions, I have other people to help me ask questions. Like, I don't need the I don't necessarily I don't necessarily need the help action, but like, I'm not sure I'm going to think of everything for this conversation, so I just want to have them there for that.
Just you definitely have them pop in and be like, I'm going to do a proper checkup, but at some point during the conversation, I just want other voices. Yeah, totally. Easy enough.
Cool.
But yeah, we'll circle back to that then. For now, the fishing folk, you hung out with them and you rolled 2 die? Elle?
Yes. You said for them it was charisma and the social, right?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. I rolled a 17 and a 14.
Cool. And you were chatting with them and looking for rumors, yes?
Not with the fishermen. I was just hanging out with them.
Oh, no, I made a note because they're fishermen, so of course they're going to hear rumors.
Yeah. Cool.
Yeah, you got getting along swimmingly, like just enjoying time and being social and just catching up and hearing like other weird stories and then being like, oh yeah, no, we've told everyone stay away from the lake, and we've basically been sticking to the river, based on your recommendations. And a couple stories of like dock workers who've come in and like been really entertained by the story of the bookworm bait shop, because they're like, wasn't that called something else? And then people tell them about you, and they're just like, aw, we need a storyteller in our port, and just like it's becoming a whole thing now. Yeah, they're just pleasant times. Did you have anything specific with your social interactions you wanted to do, or is it just the normal bolster?
The normal hanging out, drinking, reading a book or two.
Nice.
Just to shoot the shit, essentially.
Cool. There will be someone who is just like, yeah, no, actually, now that I hadn't thought of it earlier, but there were some people coming in with supplies from further north upriver, and they definitely have seen. It looks like things at Lordo, like there's a lot more rebuilding actively happening. The people there seem a little like healthier when they like were swinging by. They actually like docked for a minute to like do some small trades. Like the people seem to be in a better position. So I remember you had mentioned you had been up there recently, so I think you do want to know like something's turned up there. It's going for the better.
Oh, I was going through a minor now. Damn, that healing elixir works.
Yeah, basically it's like, well, now we're not just in survival mode, so now we have some energy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just as a little fist pump under the table.
Nice. So some good news from that. And also you had a chat set up with
Margit.
Right, for Cemetery Rumors, that's what it was.
Cemetery rumors. They rolled a 12, so.
Cool. Right, that was with advantage?
Yes, that was with advantage.
Wow. Just like, oh man, with all the rumors I do touch into, with all of my nosiness, I don't really get much out of the cemetery. I mean, gosh, maybe I should talk to the engineer more often. He seems interesting. He's just so secluded out there, and being like going to and from his place is always a little bit of a drag. He doesn't come into town very often, but I will say that there were some people out there for a remembrance ceremony thing recently, and one of them did find it odd that he was carrying something like that was the size of something that looked like it should have been in a coffin, but it wasn't in a coffin, and they speculated a little bit, but it's like at the end they just sort of assumed it was some like grave digging tools that they were lugging back and forth, but like, I don't know. I've heard some weird rumors about that guy.
To know.
Yeah.
You're doing some shady business.
Seems to be. I mean, that could
And not just because
like,
graves are shady.
That's the thing. Like, there is a little bit of a presumption that people will jump to conclusions, but at the same time, like...
They were nice when I went to see them that one time.
Oh, no, the few times I've talked to them directly, like, lovely people. But every time somebody sees them out and about, they're always just doing something in a way, like if you're carrying tools, like you don't need to carry them in like a weird sack that you're dragging behind you. There was two of them. They probably could have just carried the tools. I don't know. There just always seems to be something like slightly odd about what they're up to or how they do the thing.
Maybe they need to see Chanor and check their cognitive function.
I mean, that'd be something. Is that a service he provides? Because I could probably use a checkup too.
I honestly have no idea if that's a service that Chanor provides, but if I was going to see something about my cognitive function, I'd be like, all right, Chanor, let's test this out.
You are ridiculous.
Always have been, always will be.
How are things going with you? What have you been up to? A lot of running around. You seem not here a lot lately.
Yeah, it's been... Did some stuff at the lake, found some random guy, we brought him back. He had this weird house that was hidden. It's a whole shit show.
Oh, secret house?
Secret house, like it was hidden. Like he hid it. And was he cute? I'm gonna go with no, because he had half polymorphed himself into a fish.
Oh.
And I'm sorry, I'm not into aquatics.
I'm usually not either, but there was this one Triton I hooked up with a couple years ago. Oh, I still have a few memories, but he was only in town for a couple days, so I really got a second chance with that one.
We love those.
Oh,
yeah.
Absolutely.
So there was that at the lake. Been to Lorda twice. You remember Ave? She passed away the first time we went. Second time we went, we did a lot of good, helpful stuff. They had my you ever had Snipps' stew with my healing elixir in it?
No.
Apparently, shit works wonders.
No, I have not been down to the Marigold in a while. Maybe I'll.
Snipps would love to see you. Just go and say hi.
There's staying at the hotel. There is a weird objects trader who's in town, and we got to talking a couple days ago, and looking for a place to maybe get drinks or dinner, and maybe we'll just take him to the Marigold and see how it goes for the rest of the evening.
Yeah. I'm sure Snipps has lovely recipes that he'd love to test out on y'all.
Oh, messed out.
Don't worry. The bad ones, they Well, I'll just tell you that they don't give out the bad ones to people.
Oh, okay, that's good.
Good people.
Oh, all right. Huh.
What I mean to say is Amelia. I'm talking about Amelia.
Oh, okay.
That?
I do. God, the word on the street over there is a mess lately.
Oh my god. Her food, apparently it's been awful lately.
It has been, but like, apparently some people, so I know some people who are a little closer to her, and there's like 2 reasons why it's bad. One, apparently someone anonymously like left her a recipe book, and she's been trying out some of them, and at first it was bad because of that, but then she apparently found out through, I don't remember if it was direct or if it was just sort of observational, but I know that like her and your friend Ave, they had exchanged some nasty notes once in a blue moon, and
Yeah.
I think she sort of like compared some handwriting and realized they were Ave's recipes, and now it's like she's doing them on purpose. I think. I know it's gonna sound weird, but I think the loss of Ave is really messing her up. Like without that focal competitive point, I think she's kind of eating herself.
Oh, self-sabotage. That sounds...
Yeah. Like, definitely that
Ooh.
frenemy thing was a big motivator for her, it turns out.
Wow. Well, I'm both glad and sad about that.
Yeah. At this point, like, there's maybe a dozen people who still go there and, like, order lunch knowing the food's gonna be bad, but they're doing it out of, like, trying to support her, knowing that she's kind of spiraling. It's such a strange situation. But
Man,
if Chanor does do cognitive stuff, like, he should go over there and have a chat with, like, all of them. They could use some help.
I'll just tell Chanor he just needs to start cognitive therapy with everybody. He's gonna be so thrilled that I've been telling everybody.
I better get a pay increase if I'm gonna start doing cognitive therapy for the entire town.
Hey, I don't influence your pay, buddy.
I will say that completely out of everything that's happening here, next time I need to make a new character for a new game, they're gonna be a therapist. Anyway.
Can I also say the fact that like the Marigold's stocks went from like pretty even keel to dropping to going up to going all the way down in that conversation?
Yep. All over the place.
All over the place.
I just think it's nice that I don't have to trash talk my own establishment because Quillz is doing that for me.
I don't mean to be doing it for you.
Neither did Ave.
This is also true.
Not being trash talked.
No, we're trash talking Amelia's place.
Yeah.
No, just the thing with. Oh, don't worry, they don't give the bad recipes to.
Oh yeah.
Bad people.
Oh.
That was a nice false start.
It was. That was Quillz having a mind fart for a second.
Yeah.
Which happened.
It's all good.
It does.
Yeah, you get a little bit of nice information, or a little bit of at least a flag of some information, and a little bit of dicey talk, and some nice word on the street about. I don't know if Poppy's actually watching these anymore, but if Poppy's watching, at least Ave is missed by at least the enemy.
She's missed by the enemy. Missed
by the friends.
I mean, but yeah, you expect that.
That's a given.
Good stuff.
Not a given.
But speaking of the Marigold, unless there was anything else you wanted to ask your friend specifically in terms of Rumor Mill.
I mean, if she has any information about the forest, I can roll another investigation check if you would like. But other than that, just wanted to hear what her rumor mill was spinning about.
On the forest side, there has also the comments about like things in the woods coming out and potential attacks. Like, she hasn't heard anyone who's seen anyone who's actually been injured by one of these things, but there's a lot of someone who knows someone word on the street of like, oh, my cousin was telling me about her friend whose sister totally got like attacked by some kind of weird monster out on the road. So there's still a ton of that going on.
Okay, so third and fourth hand information. Got it.
Hydrate.
Hydrate.
I would just keep drinking my coffee, but I know we're going to get comments that that's not hydration, even though it technically is.
It hydrates more than it dehydrates.
Indeed. But everyone thinks it doesn't, because bad information got circulated 57 years ago and nobody's fucking fixed it. Sorry. I'm not bitter about this at all.
Not at all.
I mean, coffee's bitter enough for you.
I was going to say, are you more bitter than your coffee?
It's very yummy.
Speaking of someone who doesn't drink coffee, good for you.
Same.
I love my coffee. Anyway. Alright, Marigolds. How is things over there?
So for my performance checks, I rolled a 12, a 13, and a re-rolled 19.
Cool.
So
Probably start, but you got there.
yeah. So Snipps is just spending the time probably sending one of the tavern hands that usually mans the bar out to actually go deliver dishes and just circle the tables. And he's spending some more time in the actual bar room and standing at the bar and listening to people talk and talking to people himself. And yeah, basically just trying to create a nice atmosphere.
Gotcha. Would you say that he is being more, not inspired? Are his efforts and style of approach more influenced by Ave or by Marcus? Because those are pretty much your two most likely models of influence for something like this.
Choose wisely.
It just changes the flavor, really. Or, I mean, I guess it could go south, but who knows?
I would say because of just the familiarity, it would be mostly Ave, just with less gossip and more trying to listen for gossip yourself.
Okay. Well, Ave's style was so Marcus's style is definitely a lot more of a like passively aware, sort of interested and sort of helpful interaction, where Ave was definitely one to chat at people, and like very, very. I guess this may not apply to you specifically, but in America, there's like this stereotypical diner hostess, or waitress who is just very like presumptively chatty and just like gives opinions unsolicited and tells stories that have nothing to do with what you asked them about.
Okay, in
And
that
always
case,
with,
I should have picked Marcus because I cannot roleplay that.
No, and it's fine. I'm not going to make you roleplay, but it's
Oh,
definitely
good.
just sort of like in your attempt to emulate Ave, you are doing a lot of like someone will say something and you'll just like go off onto a ramble for a minute and then just like wait expectantly, hoping for some sort of like information to come back your way, or maybe like and they're just like, oh yeah, no, that's fascinating, and you're like. So your 12 and 13 are basically like false starts on those moments of just really trying to land the technique and just being like, I don't understand why I'm not stimulating conversation as well as I could. And eventually you realize that there were sort of like setups, payoffs, and questions where the stories would sort of like, hey, I'm going to babble a bunch of stuff, and then I'm going to dismiss what I just said, and then I'm going to ask you a direct thing, and that handoff of you of the person wanting to get away from this topic is what always made them start talking about the topic you wanted them to talk about. So you start learning the nuance of Ave's tactic of like, give you a bunch of stuff you don't want to listen to, and then trick you into telling me stuff so you don't have to listen to me do that again.
Yeah, that kind of checks out with my charisma stats, actually.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah. Not too bad overall. Are you listening for anything specific in terms of like trying to pull out information from the ambient chatter in the room?
I would like to listen for two things if able. One of them would be if any new rumors around the lake come in, or if we
Okay.
have successfully stopped that from happening. And two, if anyone else has had something else from the gashes and bite marks and stuff that seem to be overgrowing with those blight tumor things, if anyone has heard something new about that, or maybe something more drastic, or can, I guess, point me in the direction where they are coming from a little bit more clearly than just out of the woods or on the road.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yes. Okay. Cool. So you do hear a little bit about the lake, but it is a lot of the same rumors you were hearing beforehand of like people seeing weird lights on the far side. And it's hard for you to get a grip on whether these are old rumors that are still circulating or if these are new sightings. But you do know that you didn't really like address the people who were the undead potentially that were there like spitting up stuff. So it could just be them still doing their normal thing, but without other motives or actions happening.
I mean, we
They might just still be
dealt
on
with the
autopilot.
ones we met.
Did you?
Yes.
Yeah, that's why
Yeah.
Quillz
Remind
went
me.
unconscious.
There was a hand wave at the end, I believe, where you were just like, let's get rid of the... We debated whether or not we're going to get rid of the zombies, and then we were like,
Yeah.
well, technically they're dangerous, so we should probably...
When we got
Okay.
rid of
If there
them,
was a-
Quillz passed out. The boys were like, well, crap, how do we carry 2 unconscious bodies?
Okay, then yes. Sorry about that. Because I hand waved it, I had no clear memory of like you going through the steps of it, so my brain didn't latch onto it too tight.
Good.
But okay, if that's the case, then you still do hear loose rumors. But yeah, you definitely presume that it's still just echoes of the old story circulating then, and there's very little nothing sounds like new information. Nothing sounds like what you guys did was undone anyway dramatically. It just sounds like the same story is circulating again.
Good to know.
So not much of a concern. That's the page I want.
Very nice.
Neat. And what was the other one? I'm sorry.
The other one was that a few sessions/weeks ago, we had a lot of rumors about people being attacked in the woods and on the street and, well, on the road
Yes.
with those little tumorous growths out of the gashes and bite marks. And I was trying to find out whether or not someone can give a little bit of a clearer view or where exactly those people are attacked, because the road and the forest is a very wide area to cover.
Not so much. The road that everyone's talking about is the Western Road, which does like cut right through the forest. Like it's the one main line that does go like when you guys went up to Lorda, you were kind of skirting the forest, but there is a main road that goes through the forest that everyone's talking about. But in terms of roll me an investigation check and we'll see how this goes, because you can
natural
overhear some
20.
stuff. Okay, well,
Ooh.
shit.
26.
You hear a couple of people chattering, and like after you like prodding, leading statements, somebody kind of is like, "Oh no, it's not." Like, you're just like, "Oh yeah, I heard some of those rumors or what have you," and someone's like, "Oh no, like this isn't like my sister has a bite on her arm. She was like going to meet someone up on the road because they couldn't seem to figure out how to get their cart over, so they sent the messenger down. She went back up to help, and on her way up to meet them, she got bit by something that she described as... It was weird. She described it like it was a big cat, but it was made out of plants, which doesn't make sense. But she's also been a little bit like... It's possible she's hallucinating slightly. We're not entirely sure. Yeah. But she definitely... I think she's been at the clinic since yesterday, and we can kind of fold Chanor into this little circle. We'll have you two start chatting about that if you want to bring the information in Chanor, and that can be kind of how we fold over into the Hilda meeting.
Yeah, I'll definitely go to the clinic then, just at some point, and try to find out more about that, because that sounds really interesting and worrying.
Cool. And we'll also just fold in Quillz, because there's no reason not to. If you're going to be there for the Hilda thing, we'll just have you all there now for this. And so, Chanor, you do have a new patient who has been on the road and has a bite mark, and they have been a little bit weird about their reports of where it came from, but it is kind of festering in the way that you expect, or that you've seen other wounds do. Not so much Snipps is, but now you at least have a report of what did this wound, as opposed to like a lot of the other people didn't see what got them. They just had heard movement and seen something, but couldn't put a finger on it. Like her attack was in the daytime, and she has a much better idea. So you're not sure if it was a living plant or a cat of some kind, but there's some sort of muddling that's happening in the report, though.
Living plant or cat? This is that's Shannon's reaction as he reads the report. He's like, those are
Flat?
probably very, very different. Unless the living plant looks like a cat. Or there's a cat with plant-like fur. God, this
And
place is weird.
the person who's like taking the one of the people in the clinic's like, that's basically like the way she was describing it. I could not tell you which it was, but she basically was implying that like it attacked her like a cat, like it swiped and then bit, and it looked like it moved like a big cat, but like also was made of leaves or vines or something. Like,
So when you say cat, do you mean like I point at bandage and then I point at gauze? Like what size are we working with for cat?
he looks back at the woman. You can see he's trying to like play it out in his head. He's just like, yes, gauze, honestly. And like also kind of like goes, oh yeah, actually it would have to be because that bite, like it's a pretty big bite on the arm. Like it's a chunk.
Oh geez. Okay. We're gonna get you some actual gauze to put on that. Okay. And start dealing with that.
So then you can
Gauze, go drool
have,
over that bite.
And Snipps at one point's been like, I heard you have a new patient, and then you two can have a discussion about that.
Hey, China. Sorry, do you have a minute?
Yeah. Shouldn't be. Yeah, we're doing fine. I'm gonna check in on one other person in a little bit, but I can hold that off for a moment. What's up?
Nothing major. Just wanted to check in. There were rumors at the bar, well, new rumors at the bar about the attacks on the road and in the forest. And I heard that apparently the sister of someone, one of the patrons, got bit, and she described it as being some kind of big cat-like plant thing. Does that ring a bell?
Yeah, it's I'm calling it a petunia plant panther until I get more specifics. But
Petunia panther.
yeah, I don't know what it is, but there's alliteration in it, so I like it, and we're just gonna see where it goes from there. But yeah, that's I'm guessing. So bigger than bandage. I assume smaller than gauze, because gauze is technically like a large creature, but like somewhere in between those two is the size of whatever this cat was. It seems to be festering. How bad does it? Did the wound look familiar, like in the sense because like we saw the different samples that Hilda was playing with? Does it look like any of that stuff?
Oh yeah, and it looks a lot more like that first wound that you saw, where it kind of like had swollen and looked like it was like replicating and kind of like growing something out of it.
Gotcha. Yeah. So it looks. Cancerous is the what did I know that word cancerous here? Sure. It looks
That's the thing, I didn't know for sure if we would use it, but we can use it. It's an easy translation.
It looks regenerative. It is self-replicating, which also sounds horrifying as a statement.
So just along the lines of the humorous growths on the other bite marks and scratches.
Yeah, it's a growth, and it's I don't know how we're gonna deal with it because we didn't really figure out a good solution. Like Hilda showed us some things, and we can try those, but I don't know if any of that is gonna. I don't know what we're gonna do about it yet. I'm kind of hoping that whenever we solve this blight thing, all of this stuff just kind of goes away.
I mean, animated plant kittens just doesn't really sound all that natural. That sounds aberrationally. I
Do you know this
I
person?
just say we'll have.
Do you know this person? Why were you coming to check in on it?
Just out of curiosity mostly, and also because I wanted to ask you to maybe just take a look at my bite mark again. I know how to change a bandage. I've done that multiple times. But just to be sure, just to let someone with a little bit more expertise have a look at it again.
Yeah. Do I need to roll anything to see how his condition is doing with this thing?
I roll a medicine check, but I was caught by Elle seeming to babble something to themselves. I did not. There was just a lot of mouth movement, and I could not tell you what was happening. It was fine.
It's the Flintstones song is stuck in my head. Thank you.
Wait.
Hate you all.
You're on camera. Sorry, I saw you doing the thing.
I'm just Flintstones.
F is for fire.
I didn't know my
that
mouth. I
burns
actually
down the
didn't.
whole town. Anyways,
I didn't know my mouth was moving. I'm
It
sorry.
really was. You're gonna have to come back and watch at the 1 hour mark approximately.
1 hour and 16 minutes. 17 minutes. I got a 15
Sure.
plus
Not bad.
5, so a 20 total.
20. Cool.
Nice.
Okay, so you take the bandage off. One thing to note is Snipps, you do not. It doesn't feel cold anymore.
Mhm.
But Chanor, when you are handling the wound, you notice that he doesn't feel cold, but he definitely doesn't feel warm. Like something more overall. Like before, you hadn't noticed a real difference, even though he felt cold. But now, this doesn't seem to be radiating as much heat as you remember from last time. The wound itself is not closing, but it's also not growing anything. It's just sort of like these now indents. Little indents are sort of they're not stitching back together as wounds should, but they're also not regenerative like these other biopsiable growths have been.
Gotcha. I'm gonna, for my own testing idea, I'm going to cast Spare the Dying next to it. I'm just going to release that little bit of magical energy and see if there's any entropic absorbing weirdness.
Oh yeah. The second you're kind of start summoning the magical energy, and like before, but more drastically, you can feel the pull, and you can't even get the spell to really lock in, even when you try to amp up, and you do feel the temperature kind of normalize, but there's something weird happening that you are certain of, where there's a magical absorption occurring, it has some sort of physiological effect, and the wound is not reacting like the other one, and that part has got you a little puzzled.
What did you try to do there? I mean, I saw you casting something, but I didn't see it actually taking hold.
I tested this before when we were with Hilda with the growth that she had there. You know, we're gonna go check out this other patient too, real quick. I want to go into this room where this other person with the bite is. I'm gonna do the same thing right next to her bite.
That has it still has a pull. It's not nearly as dramatic. It's a lot more subtle.
Okay.
You are able to get the spell to stabilize in your hand, but you do feel it slowly being drained away before, even though you haven't cast it yet, and the growth starts pulsing and actively moving. And if you do it for more than 2 seconds, you do start. It looks like it might actually be increasing in size.
Yep. So, stop. We're gonna leave this room real quick. Okay, I'm gonna go. I'm in the most polite form, pushing Snipps out the room so we can get the hell out of here. Shutting the door behind me.
That has to be absolutely disturbing to just have a doctor walk in, do something weird next to your wound, and then usher everyone out very, very quickly.
Don't care.
I'm gonna hand wave and say that the patient was unconscious, so that there's no need for panic on their part, because I don't need to roleplay that right now.
Sure.
But yeah.
Otherwise, it's oh, gotta get my knockout.
I would have found that hilarious.
My knockout club.
Does this cloth smell like chloroform to you?
So, we are stupid, as in Chanor thinking of himself and then thinking of Vinny. The best way I can word this, and Griff, you tell me how right or wrong I am when I'm wording it out loud.
Yeah.
The longer it's taking for it to go away, the hungrier it's kind of getting, and I don't know if that means it's draining anything from you or just slowly living off of you right now, or if it's its own separate thing, or but that's fresh and it's thriving very, very quickly. You're like normalizing with the same amount of magic that makes it the other one thrive, which is confusing to me.
So,
Are you feeling okay? Like, are you lacking your magic? Are you like what is going on with you? Like, arcanically,
I
arcanely,
mean, I
arcanically.
mean, if
Draconically?
anything, I've felt that my magic has been a little bit more potent in the last, I don't know, maybe 1 week, 2 weeks ish or so. So definitely no trouble there on my part. Um, so what you're saying is that whatever this thing is, it drained your spell, right?
Basically, but I'm using a cantrip. It's as weak as can be, but it is technically magic that's supposed to be around healing or preserving. So I don't know if that also has a separate effect to it for some reason. Like I could try shocking grasp on you, but that might I don't know if that'd be a good thing or a bad thing, and in what method it might be a good thing or a bad thing.
Um, I mean, I'd be willing to try. I trust you with that. Um, just so the same thing that just basically got sucked into whatever this thing is that's refusing to heal. Um, also caused the tumor on that woman's bite mark to pulse.
As far as we can guess, there's a similarity between the two, meaning it's probably all Blight-esque, even though they're from separate spots. But that's the best assumption. And I'm going to say assumption until we get more defining things. But then we also have technically the same thing that from you, but technically Hilda has another sample. So depending on what Hilda's been doing to that sample, honestly, I might take a sample from this person while they're sleeping, because if I can bring that to Hilda, we can
Probably for the best.
just to see what the difference is. Because if they're the exact same thing, we'll probably know pretty quickly. But if they're very different, we have two separate issues on our hands, and we don't need that. So I guess when this person's asleep, I'm just gonna go get a sample to bring it over to Hilda at some point.
Isn't there a waiver? Did they have that? Like, did this person sign a waiver and they were like, "Take all the samples you need,"
There's
or
no
are you
legal
just
system here.
or are you just sneaking it?
There's a militia with a dungeon. There's no cops. There's no lawyers.
Yeah, no, I'm not. Yeah, no, not asking.
I was
Not asking.
debating on trying to make a body snatcher reference, but I think I don't need to do that at this point.
So if I focus a shocking grasp from like 2 fingers onto the exact wound on Snipps, is it absorbed still? Is it hurting it? Is it hurting Snipps? Like what is
So similarly, as you try to summon the magic to you to like generate the actual power, it's being pulled away faster than you can get it to manifest. And Snipps, you like feel a little bit of a thing, but it's not really a shock or a spark or anything. You just kind of like feel invigorated for a second. And roll me a Constitution check.
Me or
Constitution
Chanor?
save. You, Snipps.
Constitution save is 18.
Cool. So yeah, you just sort of like feel mildly invigorated, and you're just like, oh, it's everything just feels a little bit more active, awake in your system. think of if you haven't, as a non-coffee drinker yourself, if you suddenly took a shot of espresso, like there's just a zing of stimulation in your system that is feeling a little foreign to you.
Not getting
I
any
mean,
electricity out
definitely. It
Yeah,
definitely
and you're just like,
felt
what the fuck?
something, but not in the way of shocking or grasping or any electricity, but just I don't know. So you know those coffee sweets we sometimes sell at the bakery?
Sure. Come with me as we're doing this. I'm gonna put Snipps on one side of like a long hallway. I'm gonna walk all the way to the other side of the hallway. Just keep talking. I'm gonna activate shocking. I'm gonna activate shocking grasp and just see when it dies.
Are you gonna approach? Or you're just gonna like hold it and see how long it takes.
As I approach.
Ah.
Get a radius on this thing. As
well, you keep talking for the moment with your description of the coffee sweets and stuff.
No, it's basically just little hard candy, but infused with a very strong, just basically distilled espresso thing.
Louder.
We call it a wake up pills.
Yep.
And once you get within about 10 feet, you just suddenly just like wonk, you like feel the pull, and after about 2 seconds, like the spell is off your hand, and you don't know how or why, but like now Snipps is just you get another like
like that.
You are currently absorbing magic. I don't know if it's a passive or
That's
active
not good.
I mean, there's probably some potential uses.
I'm not trying to do it, so probably passive.
When I say passive or active, I mean, as we've been described before with spell work, I open up my decanter of endless water and I say like spraying this like the smallest one while I'm within 10 feet of him and see if water still magically comes out of it.
Nope. There's like a few drops, but for the most part, like there's just this sort of magical vapor that's like being pulled to one side.
Yeah. So the problem with this, more than anything, is I have two familiars. You also have a familiar, and I don't know if they continue to exist. I don't know if your connection to Eugene means Eugene is also absorbing things, or if Eugene is flickering in and out, or how that. There's a lot of things I'm concerned about. Also, if your connection is even reaching Eugene, because the magic might be absorbing the magical link that you two have. I have a lot of questions.
I mean, some of those we can just answer here and now.
Can you pop Eugene to you?
Eugene appears on my shoulder.
Does Eugene appear on his shoulder?
Eugene does appear on your shoulder.
Okay.
Interestingly, instead of being made of magical crab, Eugene is kind of made of water currently, with electricity sort of emanating all over him.
You just used my magic to make that.
You've let yourself go a lot, haven't you?
So you're using the residual magic that you absorb to make your spellcasting work. Again, not purposely. I'm assuming passively.
Not purposefully, but I mean, I guess. I set Eugene just on the ground.
Yeah,
Eugene, scoot over like 40, 50-ish feet in that direction, would you?
Moves over, and as a few minutes, or as time passes, like maybe 30 seconds or so, like Eugene moves over, and you do notice the like body solidify, the electricity fade. You're not quite sure if it's because of time or distance, but like it could be either.
Bring him closer.
Why not try approaching him with your shocking grasp with me out of a question in that case, or out of a thing?
Oh,
just to see if Eugene also absorbs stuff.
Sure, I'll check and see if like approaching Eugene if there's also an absorption of some sort. Nope. So it's that, and I point directly to the wound on his arm.
Nice.
Oh,
Uh,
yeah,
so,
that's not good.
So yeah, the two options I have is either we see how good my medical degree is, or we find another solution.
Snipps. Roll me
yeah.
a wisdom saving throw.
15.
At the sound of that, like, solution-based logic being presented, you suddenly feel very distrustful and, like, possibly mildly antagonistic towards Chanor at the moment.
We should talk to Quillz and see if Quillz has figured out anything related to this at some point. There's obviously not going to be a book on it, because if there was a book on it, we'd already know all the stuff that's going on. But Quillz might know something.
I mean, more than you do, obviously. So,
The sass.
Right? I
Hey,
got for this thing, right?
antagonistic.
Cheddar's the best person to be
Yeah,
antagonistic to, because he's just like, yeah, no, it's fine. It's the band.
he doesn't get it.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's talk to her, but I don't really want to bring her over here right now because she's got a lot to do right now. And just if this is as bad as it seems, it has been like that for a week now, and has, at least from what I see, for 2 weeks, and has not significantly worsened, at least not that I've noticed. So I
Okay.
don't know. Maybe it's just as you said. Maybe it's something we can use. Maybe it's beneficial. I'm not
Nice,
sure.
very nice.
Yeah, I mean, I wanted to test that out. I do want to double check on see what the hell the thing that knowing Hilda from the last time we were here, Hilda's been doing something with whatever's over there. So I want to check that out and also drop this sample off to Hilda.
Oh, yeah, right. I just hope she doesn't try to use duck spittle again. We've had that before.
it's a solution, I guess.
For Griff, one of the main bogus ingredients for creating a philosopher's stone is apparently duck spittle.
Ah.
Okay. That's a deep cut. That's a deep historical cut.
Yes.
But it's such useful information.
No,
Yeah,
it's really not.
You're supposed to use goat spittle.
Which makes it even better.
Wait, start going into the fake philosopher's stone business. Find me a duck to bring out of all their spittle.
A fake philosopher's stone.
God.
I mean, that could be arranged.
So, yeah, I'll do my best to try to figure this stuff out. So, related to that stuff, I'm gonna try to go drop off this sample and take a peek at the other one, and then either together, hopefully together. I don't know if Snipps is in the mood. Talk to Quillz about this stuff, because they're both, hopefully, if Snipps still wants to, coming to help me with our prisoner.
I mean,
so yeah, that's the question: is are you doing the prisoner chat now or the Hilda check-in now?
I mean, it's probably for the best if we check in on the bound guy, just because I originally came here just to ask you about that one person with the bite mark, and just to get this looked at by someone that's more of a professional than I am. I'm currently on my lunch break, so I don't have that much time. So going to the library would probably be too much.
Okay.
No, I mean, Quillz is supposed to be here for the check-in, so like we'll just hand wave and say that Quillz shows up at some point, and that's when you guys decide to go talk.
That was me being distrusting of Chanor. Thanks, Griff.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That was him being like, "We're not gonna drop the thing off at Hilda."
Got it. I missed that.
Which Sharon's gonna be like, "Yeah, that's fine. Don't worry. Bandage is gonna come back with Quillz in a second. We'll just check on this person then. Thanks. And we'll go do that."
Okay.
I'm easily manipulated. Yeah.
Quillz, you're here. You're catching up. What's going on? What are your observations, questions? We'll assume that unless anyone has a reason not to tell Quillz, I'm gonna assume Quillz now knows everything that you guys have found out.
Channer's gonna...
And she's gonna tell her what she found out from the fisherman and the market.
Cool.
And the market.
Everyone knows everything. Cool. Yeah.
Alright. So, how do you want to handle this?
So, yeah, Quillz, did you have any opinions about this? Point back to the cut on Snipps before we move on.
She's gonna be like, so you're the reason I passed out. Alright. Okay.
Why are you always blaming me for
again.
everything?
Hot chocolate all over again, Snipps. I'm just saying. Because it's so easy, Snipps.
I summon a produce flame.
Alright, you two. Roll me the Constitution saving throw.
3.
Oh. Ha, 22!
Chanor blacks right out. Like, not even a heart. Like, you summon the flame, it goes about twice as big as you expect it to, and Chanor hits the fucking floor like a ton of bricks.
At this point, am I still that suspicious of him, or am I allowed to
Worry?
be sorry for him? I don't know.
I mean, it's basically there's a protectiveness in you now to not have the wound addressed. That you're not exactly.
Okay,
there's not
gotcha.
a lot of logic to it. So yeah, other than that, you can still respond normally. But like anything that you think might be him trying to get you to get that fixed or checked out suddenly becomes a point of contention.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Quillz is gonna grab some smelling salts and just but under his nose.
Yeah, I immediately drop the flame.
Told you.
And
you little shit.
Snipps is just silent, and behind his eyes, there's just this. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! No! This happened before. Someone else blacked out before. Someone else got down before. What are we going to do now? Is Chanor going to die too?
Chanor's not going to die, Snipps. Look, he's got the smelling salts, he's sniffing.
Roll me a Constitution saving throw. Chanor, let's see how well you, how quickly you recover.
That's a 6.
Okay, so just that one nostril's flaring.
You're waving the salt, and like there's a little of a...
Am I making death saves, or am I just unconscious?
Not this time, but we're getting to that point where it starts happening. This is just like 1 HP KO, because it's still just sucking up all of your hit die reserves. It's not actually attacking your HP yet, but we're close.
I mean, yes, he's moving, but I mean, fresh dead frogs do that as well.
Quillz
if you
is
put
going
salt
to
on them.
Quillz is going to create healing elixir and just like get him sort of upright, and then just like pour it down his throat.
It's a spell though, right? Or is that a feature?
That's a first level spell.
Yeah, no, you start to try to do that, and it just gets like you can't get it to manifest enough. You're just like, what the fuck? And if you're just like, that's horrible.
Give me a moment, and Snipps is going to back off about 20 feet. Just try again now.
Alright, I'm gonna try this again. Alright, does it work this time?
Yes.
Alright, she's gonna pour it down Chanor's throat.
Chanor, you feel a nice soothing come over you, and your eyes sort of flutter, and everything's a little foggy, and you're a little disoriented. You might have a bump on your head, but you're just sort of like, oh, what? Why am I on the floor?
Goodbye to all my hit dice. Okay. Oh, is that mana it's affecting too, or just hit dice?
Just hit dice.
Snipps is slowly going to approach again.
It must be a long day. We should have ate something when we were visiting Marcus. That's a different day. but I'm
Chanor,
just gonna say it
reaches
anyways.
reaches into the pack,
I
pulls
doubt it
out
was
a
food
chocolate
related.
bar,
I love
hands it
chocolate.
to Chanor.
So yes, Chanor canonically enjoys chocolate very much. So that's great. He's like, oh, great.
The exact opposite. of Quillz,
basically
got it.
doing the Lupin.
Yes.
Good stuff.
Okay. Do you need water or anything, or are you good?
No, the potion's surprisingly hydrating. I'm doing pretty good.
It's got electrolytes. It's
mm,
what Chanor needs.
I
that
just gave you some. I just gave you some magical Gatorade.
hit dice. Just a couple things.
That also nice reference.
Thank you.
Of course.
Fish person. Do we know their name at this point? Is anything given them a name? Because I'm just gonna keep calling them fish person until
I mean, if you talk to them, you can get it, but you haven't actually talked to them yet.
Cool. Let's go talk to them. I'm gonna sit in a chair for this one. But let's do it.
We'll grab a wheelchair and we'll just wheel you in.
No, that's only for people who need them.
Can you walk?
Chanor like wakes up a little more at that. It's like no.
This is Dr.
Good, then you
Wheelie.
can
He's
walk your
your.
ass in there.
Those are limited supply. Those are only for people who need them. Stumbles
How
down
many
the
people
hallway.
need them right now?
We don't know. We don't know what might happen. It just stumbles into the room.
This stubborn.
Sits in a
Snipps
chair.
is just going to look at Quillz
Bandage.
and goes into the room as well.
Bandage. Can you be a footstool? I know it's degrading, but just for this moment.
Right, so you are looking at this elfy-looking person. You can't quite tell what it is, what else they are, but they definitely have some prominent elf features. But they're sort of like foggy and looking around. You could tell they're still under some level of sedation. But they're coherent. They kind of acknowledge you, like, "Hey, you
What's up,
okay?
bro?
Do I have a roommate now?"
No, he's actually the one looking after you. He just had a tumble in the hallway.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, I can't return the favor. That's here.
No, it's fine. Anyways, slaps himself a few times. All right.
Great impression, Chanor. Great impression.
How are you feeling? We've been keeping you a little under for a bit because you've had a few different stages.
I'm starving. Like, I have not been this hungry in forever, and I've had some broth and some stuff, but like, it is not. I still like. I want food.
Calories. Who's got calories?
I look at Snipps.
I'm just going to pull out some pastries and get them to him.
He just like really died, like just big mouthfuls, chewing 2 or 3 times before swallowing. Like coughs a few times because it's kind of just like really forcing it and just like, oh, this
Easy.
feels a little better.
They're not going
It's
to
not-
disappear.
She's gonna
Just
pour.
don't
Quill's
drown
gonna pour him a
yourself.
glass. Quill's pours him a
Yeah,
glass
just-
of water, and she's like, "Here you go."
Glug, 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 glug. Just really having at it. It's just like, oh, that feels a little better. It's a big help. Oh. Oof.
Food's
Well,
important.
it's
Sorry,
starving. You good?
sorry you haven't been getting the proper nutrients. We were just trying to make sure you slept and worked through some things. Do you remember? What do you remember?
Oh man, I was out on the lake. I was running a lot of experiments. They were going fantastically. Then I sort of figured out some effects of the lake water and had been running some tests with that. And then I might have spat at something. I was
Yeah,
playing
you did.
catch with some things.
Mm-hmm.
It's a little foggy, actually.
Oh, also, by the way,
A lot of swimming. I remember swimming. A lot of swimming.
I'm Chanor. This is Quillz. This is Snipps. What was your name?
Okay.
Oh, is my name. I've been calling myself Undyne for a few weeks, I feel like, but that might be something else. That might have been. Maybe I had a dream about all the swimming, and I called myself Undyne in there.
Say Kino.
Kino. Kino is my. That's what's on my records.
Do you
That's what my mama
prefer?
called me.
Do you prefer Undyne? We can do that if you.
Let's go with Kino for now. I'm not feeling very Undyne-y now.
Okay.
But I can go ahead and tell you right now, you were definitely swimming. Wasn't a dream.
I do like swimming.
I would just avoid the lake for right now.
The lake has great swimming.
The lake also has the thingy that made you go foggy, so
Oh.
yeah.
Okay.
Sick.
Still a little glassy-eyed and spacey, but just sort of like, yeah, I guess that tracks.
Yeah.
We did not
Just
see.
out of... You can go, Chanor.
We didn't see any like bite marks or anything on this individual, right? It was absorbed
No,
through
not a
the
thing.
water. Cool. So we had a bunch of. We've seen a lot of weird things in a little while, and the experiments you're running, I honestly they were incredibly interesting. But the issue. Tell me if I'm ever overstepping with player versus character information, but I feel like our characters know most of this at this point.
Yeah.
We believe that the water has some type of blighted effect, which may not be exact to what the blight is in other places. Basically, this water source might have a slightly different blighted effect that produced kind of a euphoric. The studies you were doing basically were happening at you at a slower, increasing rate until a point where you kind of became them, but a highly intelligent, living version of it.
Oh, that's interesting. I hadn't gotten that far in my own observations. I just noticed that, like, by interacting with the water and drinking it, because at first I was just using it on a few, like, recently dead people that I'd found to see what effects it had on corpses, because it was affecting other biological material that isn't necessarily organically coherent, but it was definitely making them vaguely coherent, and that was fascinating. But it kind of made them feral, which was weird. But I started doing smaller experimentation, which I didn't mean to, but I didn't quite associate it with the drinking the lake water at first. I thought it was more of a submersion thing, and I was still like boiling the water, thinking that was enough to like clear out a lot of stuff. And I tried casting like I found this casting. I found this amulet, which I don't have here, but it was a purifies drink and food thing from a while back. I got it off a trader who was coming through town, and like just foggy in the eyes, but just like info battling all this stuff like too fast of a coherent speed, but just like happy to have a brain moment. Just sort of like, oh yeah. And so like I was drinking that for a while, but I did notice that I was gaining some sort of like deeper magical awareness in captivity, and I sort of like was able to like feel the magic around me at different intervals. And when those things were playing, sometimes like they'd throw the thing at me, not realizing I wasn't one of them, and like I could catch it and interact with it the way they did. It was very strange. There was a lot of weird stuff for a while, and then I got this powder that I found from a different merchant. It allowed me to like make the parts of the lake like condensed into a stone form. So I tried to analyze the crystals for magical properties, but it was weird because they didn't seem to have any while they were in that state. I know I learned a bunch of stuff, but I did not. Apparently, the effects on me were sounds like they were more extreme than I thought they could get.
Maybe I have something to just keep you in the here and now and less in the what happened there. And Snipps is going to pull out the bracelet. There was a bracelet at the house we visited. We found this at the house where we also found you while you were actually trying to spit lake water at us.
Mhm.
Oh, that did happen. Okay.
Yeah, and I saw it and thought that it might be a little too valuable to just leave in an unlocked house in the middle of a lake. And also that it obviously has some kind of emotional connection to you. So maybe this to just
Okay,
keep you in the here and now.
on a meta level, can anyone tell me if I gave away specific information about this bracelet? Because I know what I intended it as, but I might have forgotten and given you different information at the time.
You told us that it might have been a memento of his dead wife, or dead question mark wife.
Okay.
Silver with moonstones.
Yeah, nope, that makes sense. So there were notes that kind of like implied that. So he's like, oh, actually, so that did belong to one of the corpses I tested on. But that person, I think they were a relative. I think that was my wife's sisters. They both died separately, but I thought, because I came out here to explore this. It's all very muddled, but yeah, no, that is technically, it should go to her family, but I think I was planning on giving it to them, or maybe I was going to have it left at my wife's memorial. I now can't remember, but no, I'm glad you did get that. That is an important piece.
What happened to your wife, if you don't mind me asking?
She just, it was some sort of illness. I don't know what specifically. A lot of red splotchy spots and a high fever. She just didn't do well. And for this, it's basically scarlet fever, but like for fantasy version.
Just reason I'm asking is that, and
Red fever.
I hope you won't hold it against us, but after we found you and sort of had to deal with you, we went through your house just to see if we can find any hint on who you are and what might have happened with you.
That makes sense.
And it seemed, at least some of the documentation in there, alleged to you either trying or wanting to try to bring your wife back from the dead.
I mean, yeah, once I realized that whatever was happening with the lake could resurrect things, because she hadn't died that long ago, I thought maybe she'd be more coherent. I hadn't gotten that far before apparently I got overtaken. I actually don't know how much time has passed since then. So yeah.
Tells him. She just Quillz tells him the date.
Yeah.
Yeah, that might be too long. Like she might be closer to coming back like one of them barely things, which that's not very useful.
I'm sorry for your loss, regardless.
Yeah, me too.
Do you feel urges to go straight back there right now, or are you feeling?
No, I gotta go collect my stuff at some point, but like.
Okay. Hearing that, insight check. Actually, I guess it's important to actually do that.
I mean, I will tell you that with his like drugged state, there's very little sense of any level of dishonesty happening here. Like.
Then I will say I would like to keep you for a couple more days just for observations and for some conversation, if you don't mind. But I'm gonna at least get you out of these and like get rid of the restraints.
Appreciate that. That actually kind of noticed, but I didn't really notice. I thought it was part of that it was really just making my arms heavy, but that makes way more sense.
Yeah, we're gonna leave the sedative in for probably at least another rest of today, and then we'll take it out tomorrow. But just to,
you can just take out a sedative.
Well, take off the sedative.
Yeah, take out the drip.
Yeah, just all right. I mean, it's very soothing, so I'm not gonna say no. This is
you
like
can't get him addicted to this.
I'd rather it be a normal drug.
You can't take him from being addicted to Blight to getting addicted to
I'd
opiates.
rather it be a normal drug than the other things.
Man, come on, man, hook me up. You got any lake water? You got any opioids? What's up? Help me out here.
I have some biscuits.
The code, because
It is
He
coded.
has the munchies.
I personally don't know if
They're
there's
edible.
any specific questions we can ask him related to the other things we were studying at the moment. So, unless we can hand wave me asking and missing an important question, I personally am out of questions. If either of you guys have any, please go for them.
yeah, feel free. But I don't have any other information that I have like earmarked that he's supposed to deliver. So there might be something that you ask that he can technically answer that I can give you, but I don't have anything planned.
Be like, you look familiar.
Oh, I mean, this kind of look familiar too. I don't know. I mean, I live in town.
I
I
guess
have
you
a-
might have just come to the library.
She usually says that to people with overdue books.
Oh gosh. So I probably have so many books that I have not returned. Scrolls and notes. Like I was doing a lot of research. Yeah, I was in the library a lot before I moved over to the lake to do more active studies. 'Cause, I mean, at first I was studying the fever that my wife caught, looking for information on that. After I know she did get checked out by a clinician. They came to our house, but there wasn't a lot that they could do at the time. They just had cold compresses. Actually, just stuff I helped out with a thing that like kept her cooler somehow, but it still didn't change. I think it just bought some time. But yeah, I was looking for information, hoping that we could fix it, and maybe there was just some kind of medicine that had not been needed actively in a while that was just in an archive. But then once that failed, and I started looking at the lake stuff, like that just turned into a whole other thing. I was in a bunch for that. Yeah, I go to the library a lot.
Well, unless you have.
Don't worry, I've already got your overdue books have already been turned back in.
Oh, good. Okay, wonderful.
I recognize them and
I think the
Took
fee
care of
could
that.
probably get skipped since it was demi mind control, right? Probably.
yeah, no, there's no fee attached.
Oh,
Especially since we didn't know how coherent it would be when you woke up.
I mean, I'll
If you
still
woke up,
like I'll give
If
a
you-
donation when I get my feedback. Like we have some money. Like it's not like my family has a we I have some money. That's not a problem. I can make a donation to the library if nothing else.
Also,
Well,
don't
we would appreciate that, but you're not under obligation to. Just would like that to be known.
I don't also mean to. I try not to prescribe hope too much because I know that is also an addicting drug. But unless you have a cultural or religious reason to do something with your wife's body beyond just a burial, I recommend keeping it intact. You don't know what kind of discoveries we could still run into that could one day allow.
Oh. I mean, yeah, no, she was buried whole, so I didn't have any current plans to change that. I know some people like will do a cremation after the fact, but we had a family plot and everything, so or I guess it's technically her family plot. I married into the bank account, really.
Well,
But she was the last one, so I guess it's mine now.
I say maybe they want to check in on you, but that's fair.
Do you have anybody that you want us to get in contact with?
No, I have some friends around town. If you just tell Marcus that the Kino is at the clinic, like I'm sure he'll tell everyone. Everyone who I talk to, we spent most of our time at the hotel bar because that's where we like to chat. Nice open air space, Yeah.
Maybe we'll pass the message along.
Like a book group we have that meets over there on late in the
A
week.
book group?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Of course, you'd be interested in that. Oh man.
Are you?
I think she has.
I
I think she has some
With the
satyrs that might be interested in that one.
Are you medically inclined in general, or was that interest just specifically because of your wife?
No, it was specifically because of that. I handle more of it's technically biological science or study, not really like I'm not doing anything with the information, but I was cataloging different plant types, a lot of different bugs and genomes and animals in the area, different I talked to Hilda a lot about different properties of things. Sometimes I've kept records on those. Yeah, this was a little bit more active in the terms of like medical magic stuff. Normally, I'm just kind of like archiving colloquial information and doing diagrams of like the way that the roots work in one thing versus another, looking for commonalities.
Well, if you are already good with your money and always just looking for something to do, we always welcome an extra set of hands around here. Someone who actually understands the body and understands a way to take care of people. But if that's not in your interest, there are, and I write down the name of Healers Without Barricades and a couple other things and say there's some other potential people who could use your expertise as well.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I have absorbed a lot of new information that might be applicable, actually. Oh, once I get my feedback on me, I'll definitely check out. But if nothing else, I can make some donations for sure, and at least like point you guys at some materials that I may have come across that seems like it might have medical value that might not be obvious. Because there were some books I was reading that didn't present like they had medical information, but there was some stuff in there that happens sometimes. So I can make a list of that too.
You know when you're just hoping that you're hitting the right dialogue option, and then you do? Awesome.
Nice.
I was like, let's see if this gets him to donate, and hey.
Cool.
The state secret was buried in a recipe block all along.
Yeah, basically. There's this book on geology, and then it turns out there's this whole section about how to treat this specific malady that comes in contact with this rock, and then it turns
Wait, asbestos.
We are at 2 hours in about, so now is a good time for a 10 to 15 minute break.
Hell yeah.
And then when we come back, we can do the visit to Hilda. Which that'd be fun.
Should be interesting. Right. Let's see. I always do that. Leave me alone, guys. Alright, as we will be right back after a short break. Enjoy these commercials.
Giving jobs in a
and maybe you guys are able to stealth around in the zoo. The animals are helping you. They don't know what you're doing, but they like go in front of you when the time is right.
Help.
Missy is very noticeable. I would say Missy probably does not help. But like there's a giant elk who's just like standing there, takes 2 steps forward to block your view, to block the view for a second, 2 steps back. So yeah, you guys are able to spy as these two go around and check out like all the animals. That was creepy.
It's the makeup.
My grandfather loves boxed wine, so maybe this is actually a good thing.
What's up, Azinar?
Something that is at least older than 15 years.
In a box?
box.
Do boxes live that long?
No, absolutely not.
I just
This
enjoy the phrase these
conversation.
boxes live that long.
This conversation.
Emphasis on live.
This is how I die, folks. Goodbye.
No,
Funny
you're
shit.
good.
It's funny as shit.
It hurts now.
Yeah, full stress to full laughter does that.
I'm gonna mute now. I'll be right back.
You go do your thing.
I really want like pixie form of like Eldritch Blast.
That's not me, though.
Alright, Mickey Mouse.
Probably the least liked. Things that smelled awful, ratty mud off the street, and Onolove explained it as if you give even the worst thing a chance to be better, there's a good chance it might happen.
First of all, the Ivory Queen has some ways to get us out of the city from here that might be easier to get to than the greenhouse, especially considering how far the greenhouse is from us and the fact that we neglected to remember that the city sells watermelon that lets you see through invisibility and disguise self. So...
I'm sorry, what?
Yeah, there's magical fruit. It's kind of normal now, so I kind of forgot to think about it. But there's magic fruit that makes you do all wonder of things. It's really, really fun. But one of those is see basically into the ethereal plane.
I can't fucking wait to leave this place. What the fuck is this fucking hellscape?
But it's so
where you've got
interesting.
weird ass magic fruit.
Here, and we're like, no, they just floated away and got. It wasn't. Unless she has some crazy magic, like people like are willing to testify, but you're probably gonna go to the police to just like have to explain some stuff. As this is going on, you all feel for the first time on Wishfall an earthquake. Mask that you got, the pale visage, I did update that.
Cool.
So I'm gonna send you the updated version.
I'm sorry, say that one more time?
The mask called the pale visage that Lyra found so far back.
Great!
So
Great.
all I had it marked down as, I don't think it had a name as far as I knew. I knew it was a white scaled mask that when I wore it allowed me to do
it's a dragon
cold
scale
grip.
mask, yep.
But it would allow, I could feel something looking through the mask with me, so I didn't use it that often.
That really sounds like Tiamat.
It really does
right
now.
There.
Yeah.
If you were
Fuck Tiamat.
so Tiamat
Vinny?
could look through your eyes.
Yeah.
Vinny, look at me. Look at me, Vinny. Go fuck yourself.
We haven't even started playing yet.
I'm having some emotions.
All the live long. Didn't we? I just talked to you guys.
Yes, darling, catch up.
The crying.
Smoke inhalation.
And she smoke inhalation. And she
That's amazing. As halflings, we can run through large creatures. I'm going to run between its legs and try to get his attention over here and say, "Hey, you're gonna stop that now."
His head does turn towards you, and the eyes light up again to blast, but as you come around and confront it in that way, there is a delay in the moment, and it gives Ave a moment to act before that fires off.
Round. How are we feeling, guys?
I am not feeling good.
Just fucking peachy.
Cool.
Did I take any damage from that real quick?
Oh, you took 14 damage. Thank you for reminding me.
So happy to help.
Never remind him.
Hey, did we have homework last night?
That was.
I'm not drowning.
I
am sleeping so good.
That was kind of the. That was kind of the energy that got tossed there.
Fair.
Is the pale visage.
Shh, go read it.
That looked pretty wild. I liked it. I think there's a reason that he made it so we couldn't buy it even with our combined wealth.
Is it alright?
Hmm?
Is it alright if I read it out loud, the description?
Oh yeah.
Okay. With a spiderweb crack on the center forehead gilded with star metal, this pure white mask is made of a singular white drag. Vincent!
Vinny? A
singular white dragon scale. Peering through the mask, you see the world in odd hues and shades. You gain +2 to your AC and intimidation skill when attuned.
Dude!
The party is lightly interrogated, sees Leon tied up and exhausted. He was in magic people cuffs, like with all the fingers. It was fun. We are accepted into the tribe, given jobs and a place to stay for the night, and instructed to report back in the morning for more stuff. Scaldy runs into her brother, shoots him in the foot.
A classic.
They do a little
Classic
talking.
Scaldy.
Yeah.
That moment did become like a defining moment for Scaldy as a personality trait.
I do love I remember so clearly, it was like, you see your brother there, and then there's just this pause, and you had to be like, what do you do? And then the pause lingered, and then it was, shoot him in the foot. Just total throwaway.
I was thinking of which was the least damaging to shoot.
Sid gets a sending message and just hears in their minds.
Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Oh fuck.
Here's Mama, I haven't failed you yet. Much improved. Where the hell have you been? Miss you. Fuck 'em up.
I will say you don't get that message.
What?
What?
You're not playing that character right now. You don't know what's going on. Sid, you have a nice daydream about a message from Maybe.
Oof.
Vinny. Ow.
Vincent, the fuck?
Put it back, put it back, put it back, put it back!
I put it back!
I mean, when you take it out because you are shrunk, you feel like whatever it was attached to on the inside it snaps away from. So like it's like pulling out a weed. So like you can put it back on top, but it's just gonna sit there. It's not gonna be in the ground again, so to speak.
We definitely just killed this guy. Like killed this guy. Oh fuck.
Because I'm not sure I understand.
Is she acting good because she thinks acting good is going to keep everybody together, or is she just acting good because she got it all out of her system the night before?
She got most of it out of her system, so she's mellowed out.
Okay, that's all I was asking. Mellowette? Like just a little mellow? A small mellow?
She's mellowed.
You had to see that coming.
I'm hanging up now.
Hi, Mel.
I mean, there's people. There's not like a lot of people, but people.
Oh, I didn't know. I assumed we were the only 4 in the shop, so that's my mistake.
Well, I mean, his shop is kind of like an outdoor stall. Like again, he's literally like that guy from the opening from Aladdin, where it's like it's
Mel, the face.
My
I want
mistake.
I want that face as our new group chat.
Please no. Please no.
It's happening.
Seriously me. For
5e monk class things just by typing in crazy gun monk in Google.
that sounds
surprising.
That sounds super correct. Yeah, Kensai
Yeah,
monks with
technically-
guns are really.
Technically speaking, thanks to Tasha's, gun monk can officially be a thing.
It is. I made a bunch. It was
Oh
great.
my God.
It was really fun.
I hate this!
Oh, they were great.
Next to Arc, Crazy Gun Monks. Party
Yes.
name.
Yeah, sure. I'll recommend that to the Dark Arc people. Alright.
I
Do you guys want to go get tattoos?
fuck this.
Yes, tattoos.
I would like a
maybe
tattoo, Papa.
Stab me, daddy.
You didn't like that, Connie? I mean, Mel.
I got worse. It got worse when
When Nova talked?
yeah.
Yeah, I do that. I'm sorry.
You get purple.
What?
What? Don't worry about it.
Probably the least liked. Things that smelled awful, ratty mud off the street, and Onolove explained it as if you give even the worst thing a chance to be better, there's a good chance it might happen.
First of all, the Ivory Queen has some ways to get us out of the city from here that might be easier to get to than the greenhouse, especially considering how far the greenhouse is from us and the fact that we neglected to remember that the city sells watermelon that lets you see through invisibility and disguise self. So,
I'm sorry, what?
yeah, there's magical fruit. It's kind of normal now, so I kind of forgot to think about it. But there's magic fruit that makes you do all wonder of things. It's really, really fun. But one of those is see basically into the ethereal plane.
I can't fucking wait to leave this place. What the fuck is this fucking hellscape?
But it's so
where you've got
interesting.
weird ass magic fruit
mask that you got, the pale visage, I did update that.
Cool.
So I'm going to send you the updated version.
I'm sorry. Say that one more time.
The mask called the pale visage that Lyra found so far back.
Great.
So
Great.
all I had it marked down as, I don't think it had a name as far as I knew. I knew it was a white scaled mask that when I wore it allowed me to do
it's a dragon
full
scale
grip.
mask. Yep.
But it would allow, I could feel something looking through the mask with me, so I didn't use it that often.
That really sounds like Tiamat.
It really does
right
now.
There.
Yeah.
If you were
Fuck Tiamat.
so Tiamat could look through your eyes.
Yeah.
Vinny, look at me. Look at me, Vinny. Go fuck yourself.
We haven't even started playing yet.
I'm having some emotions.
All the live long. Didn't we? I just talked to you guys.
Yes, darling, catch up.
5e monk class things just by typing in crazy gun monk in Google.
That sounds
surprising.
That sounds super correct. Yeah, Kensai
Yeah,
monks with guns are really.
Technically speaking, thanks to Tasha's, gun monk can officially be a thing.
It is. I made a bunch. It was great.
Oh my God.
It was really fun.
I hate this.
Oh, they were great.
Next to Arc, Crazy Gun Monks. Party name.
Yeah, sure. I'll recommend that to the Dark Arc people.
I
Do you guys want to go get tattoos?
Fuck this.
Yes, tattoos. And
I would
then
like a
maybe
tattoo, Papa.
Stab me, daddy.
You didn't like that, Connie? I mean, Mel.
I got worse. It got worse when
when Nova talked.
Yes.
Yeah, I do that. I'm sorry.
Sid gets a sending message and just hears in their mind.
Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Oh fuck.
Here's Mama, I haven't failed you yet. Much improved. Where the hell have you been? Miss you. Fuck 'em up.
I will say you don't get that message.
What?
What?
You're not playing that character right now. You don't know what's going on. Sid, you have a nice daydream about a message from maybe.
Oof.
Vinny. Ow.
Vincent, the fuck?
I mean, there's people. But there's not like a lot of people, but people.
Oh, I didn't know. I assumed we were the only 4 in the shop, so that's my mistake.
Well, I mean, his shop is kind of like an outdoor stall. Like, again, he's literally like that guy from the opening from Aladdin, where it's like it's
Mel, the face.
My
I want
mistake.
that. I want that face as our new group chat.
Please no. Please no.
It's happening.
Seriously, me. For fuck's sake, my grandfather loves boxed wine, so maybe this is actually a good thing.
What's up, Azanar?
Something.
And here they were.
Hello.
Hello.
Welcome back, everybody. Hopefully you had a lovely break, as did we. And hopefully you talked about air conditioning, as did we. Otherwise,
like responsible adults.
We had a nice casual session so far of people sort of experimenting, learning information, having a few interviews, doing a little bit of rumor collecting, all the fun stuff that happens in downtime in between. But now we're getting to the good stuff where we all need to go have a chat with Hilda. Does anyone remember last time you saw Hilda?
Quillz wasn't there.
Last session, Chanor and Snipps went to Hilda, and Hilda had. She has all of the other people working for her a little bit worried about her being a little bit too excited over some things, and she had conducted a lot of just a whole bunch of experiments with the different samples we gave her of a blight, both of the tumorous growths from Chanor and the water in different water concentrations and water samples from different depths of the lake. And some of those were just trying to figure out how potent it is and testing it on various different samples of organic matter. For example, I remember one plant that apparently gained some semblance of sentience and was trying to
that,
grab
actually.
it. We also saw that she had been busy in regards to the wyvern egg and had set it up with just a bunch of different magical artifacts and crystals and healing potions and herbs and spices and basically just a whole potpourri of magic stuff in which the wyvern egg sat, and she's currently trying to create some kind of philosopher's stone because wyvern eggs are a very potent source of magic.
Can Snipps even
Very
go into
good.
that room right now?
That's a really good question, isn't
I
it?
very much can. The question is not if I can, but if I should.
Yeah, that's
All
the
right,
same
thanks,
question.
English teacher.
Same question in my book. I'm gonna posit that as we get there.
Fair enough.
To the group.
Snipps, what is your personal response to being posited that concern?
I mean, I guess I can wait outside if you want me to, but I don't know.
Could we bring Eugene in and have you like watch and listen through there?
Yeah, sure. I'll stay outside. And I just pop Eugene on Chaina's shoulder.
And then Snip stays outside kicking rocks.
Well, being blind and probably just having one rock and just letting it fall down and picking it up again and fall down again and picking it up again, just passing the time while he's not able to see or hear anything outside because he's looking through Eugene's eyes.
It reminds me of those old children's books with the two kids at the window and it's raining out. And they're like, no playing today because it's raining. No seeing Hilda today because of magic.
Not wrong.
Well, I presume the other two of you head inside. Great. And Eugene is watching, so you will have a line in. And I do desperately hope that at some point, like, Snipps has a question, just is shouting from the outside, like, ask her about this! That's just a me thing. Anyway, you head inside and...
Actually, no, because we leveled up last time. Chaina is just going to hear a voice in his mind. I took the telepathic feed.
Nice.
Okay. Not a spell. That's fair. Okay, yeah, we're in. No big backlash there. Cool. Alright, so you folks are inside, and there is a line of communication at least, so that's good. But yeah. You head inside and you notice that, like, there's not really anyone around. When you got there, like, the door was slightly ajar, but the little sign says it wasn't open. But you can hear Hilda, like, singing to herself inside, so you know she's in there.
Like knocks on the door, see if she like it's open, but still, like, yeah. Hey Hilda, it's us.
Good to see you.
Can you see us already?
Oh, that was just a figure of speech, dear.
Okay, I was just double checking. We ran into a lot of weird magical things. I was just double checking.
You and me both.
Ruh-roh.
Does she sound physically happy to you, Chanor?
Yeah, it's probably a good thing.
Yeah. He's very pleased at the moment.
It's a good thing for somebody. We don't know who yet.
Alright. Just walking in.
Alright.
Cool. Yeah, you don't see any of the normal assistants or anyone around. There's definitely some like small projects in progress that are out on different surfaces. Things have recently been restocked. Like nothing looks out of order. It just looks like they're closed for some reason today, and nobody's been around really. But the back room curtain is open, and you can see like a lot of lamps on in there, and she's kind of like bustling back and forth and just like doing something. It's the same room where she had the egg before and all that stuff. So like it's very likely she's just back there working. But that is all you can tell at the moment.
Quillz is just gonna walk into the back room.
Oh. Yeah, she's just kind of running back and forth, just being like, "Yep, how are you folks doing? I am been hard at work trying to figure out all these little bits and pieces you left me with. This is quite the weird little puzzle."
Sounds like you like puzzles.
Oh, yes. Yes, I do. So how have you folks been doing today?
Good?
It's been...
Yeah. Overall.
I guess we're not every downtime day is the same day. But yeah, no, it's been pretty good. Got some more funding for the clinic. We figured out some extra issues. And hopefully we're taking care of Lorda to make people better. So I'm doing great, comparatively.
That's a lot of good work compared to, I think, the last time I saw you guys. There was a lot of things had gone wrong recently. It sounds like a lot of good things have happened lately.
Yeah, they named a bake shop after me.
Is that what that's a reference to? That makes perfect sense.
Yeah.
Oh.
That's made
Well,
by...
you've made friends with some fishermen, and because they are some lovely people.
They are. They're great. It's made my decade, so will I shut up about it? No.
And nor should you. You should be very proud of everything that comes out of that entire relationship. They're wonderful.
Hilda hears a small voice in the back of her head. Have you drunken one of the samples?
What the fuck is that?
That's probably Snipps.
We don't know that.
Oh, none of you know that yet.
Oh.
Yeah.
Then what is it?
You just scream.
What are you
just like...
What's...
None of you heard that voice?
No?
Did Chanor say something? I didn't. What?
There was a voice in my head asking if I drank stuff.
Did you drink stuff?
Did you?
No. I didn't drink stuff. I've drank stuff I've made, but nothing out of any of the stuff I'm testing. That's silly.
Okay. No, I don't know where that voice came from. I'll roll an intelligence check just to see if I can.
I don't like that.
Make a guess. 4. Nope.
Like, you're checking your own head.
Don't worry, I'm outside. They don't want me in here.
Is Snipps here outside?
Yes.
Yeah, we have Eugene. There are some bad things happening. But yeah, we have Eugene
is he telepathic now? Because his voice is in my head, and that's new.
Oh. I guess.
Not to my knowledge.
Voice in Chanor's head. Yes, I am.
Jesus. Yep.
Yeah, she's the look on your face. She's like, good, okay. That's weird. God,
why hasn't he spoken to me yet? I'm just kidding.
Whisper inside Quill's head. Hot chocolate.
And she's just gonna think back. F you.
For everyone in the audience
I'm already
who has nothing with this whole thing, they have a history with the spilling of hot chocolate. This has nothing to do with the GTA thing that was suppressed. Nobody. Fuck.
I don't know that
somewhere
reference.
out there thought that was hilarious.
It's not a Polar Express reference either. It's just.
I wish it were. It would be funnier in that case.
GTA had a cut content piece that was very scandalous at one point, where it was like an active sex scene that you could take part in, and they called it the hot chocolate scene. And it had been cut from the game, but people found out a way to activate it anyway, so they basically accidentally distributed video game porn to children. It was a big point of contention for a few years.
Oh, love.
Yep.
That's the thing.
Both
Anyway,
Elle and
cool.
Quillz have a problem with that, but
But yeah, okay, so yeah, this is awesome. I didn't know that was okay. Yeah, so Snipps can talk to us. Snipps is having we're not gonna talk about it right now. How are you doing? What's been going on with you? Does Hilda look any different? Because we're getting that weird sing-songy thing. Besides happy, is there any other
thing? Overly happy, more happy than you think you've seen her ever, and like her eyes are a little dilated for the medical person in the room. Like,
well, not cool, but
she is an alchemist. She might just be on something. You're not sure.
Well, she's probably on something, but what the something is it?
Quillz is gonna cast Detect Magic to see if she gets a similar aura to the Blight stuff.
You try to cast Detect Magic. And similar to when you were around Snipps, there's just a pull towards Hilda regarding your spellcasting.
Feels good, doesn't it? To Hilda.
Yeah.
To Hilda, the voice. Feels good, doesn't it?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
To Chanor.
You guys don't know what the question
too.
was. You just see her saying yeah and like different levels of interest.
Yeah, that's how I'm like, what?
To Chanor. She's infected too.
Okay.
Anyone who you don't need to roll me a history check. You can probably now infer that like she may have swallowed too much of the water when you had the patient and her in the same room, and the room filled with the blighted water.
Mm-hmm.
Gotcha. But it's the blighted water infection, not like a bite. So different.
Different. Yeah, you're starting to realize that there's like, depending on how it gets into your system, and potentially even if it's both through a bite, depending on where the bite originated, very different outcomes.
Hey, Snipps, can I talk to you through this? I think back.
Cool.
Can I talk? I don't know.
Is your telepathy one way, or does he have to speak out loud that Eugene can transmit it to you?
You can speak telepathically to any creature you can see within 60 feet of you. Your telepathic utterances are in a language you know, and the creature understands you only if you know that languages. Your communication doesn't give the creature the ability to respond to you telepathically.
There we go.
So you think and you hear nothing back.
Cool. I wait a moment. I wait a beat. Probably too long of a beat. Like, more doubly fuck. Okay.
Hilda's just sort of like watching you and swaying lightly, just like.
Snipps, can you come in here?
No, that's not the answer. I think Quillz. two absorbers, same room. Bad idea.
It'd be a fun experiment. I'm just saying.
2 absorbers, 1 egg. It's a whole fucking.
If you decide you want to do that, I will leave this room and just let whatever happen.
What was your idea?
Oh, good something. We're not gonna say it out loud. Is everything? I'm gonna ignore this conversation for a moment and look at the room and see how all the magically inclined stuff.
Snipps did hear all of that little exchange. So, Snipps, are you going to take the first command, or are you going to accept that they had not really decided, and you're just going to wait longer?
I'm going to defer to the more professional judgment.
Okay. Good impulse control. The magical stuff in the room, as you look around, you do notice that, like, the blight growths are doing their own thing. The wyvern egg looks very odd. Like, there's a lot of magical stuff underneath it, and it had, like, that kind of robin's egg color at one point, and now it almost looks like it's been slightly pickled. Like, the shell looks a little chalky.
Don't like that. Okay.
Yeah.
That looks different. Is that a good sign?
Well, yeah. Wyvern egg? What's going on with it?
Oh, yes. No, it has been going fantastically. So, I have... you were here before where I had all the stuff underneath, and it's been absorbing stuff that way. And then... Yes, it's been also projecting some stuff is the best way I can put it. I think some of the stuff on the counter over there that you gave me has been, like, pulling off of it. I don't really know how that's working, but, like, I think the double filtration is doing something interesting. I cannot wait to see the results.
Do the mixtures look weird?
Oh, yes. They are like vividly teal. Half of them are glowing slightly. And she's just like, she looks over at them and like, yeah, they're doing light. So they're doing some interesting stuff over there.
Okay. Hilda, have you eaten anything recently?
No.
Do you want to eat? Should we eat? You should eat something, right?
I probably should, but don't really have... No, I don't really have any cravings right now. Like, I mean...
You don't need a craving to eat something.
You want to... We can go get some food or something. I don't really know. Like, I'm not really hungry, but, like, if we're just going to, like, have a chin wag and a bite, I'm totally down.
Chin wagon?
Ooh. Chin wag, a chat.
Chin wag. I thought you said chin wagon. I was very...
I can see that, given that chuck wagon is a thing for food, so yeah, I get it.
Yeah, I was like, what do they sell at a chin wagon? Never mind.
Dental.
Nice.
Yeah, no, just,
let's
having a time.
Want to go get a bite to eat then?
Real quick. Quillz is going to no, never mind. She's gonna wait until Hilda leaves the room and then she's gonna do something.
I guess I'll start walking out with Hilda.
Alright. Yeah, no, she's not paranoid enough, so she's not gonna be thinking it's weird. So yeah, she's like, yeah, let's go. Look at that. Let's go.
Eugene is I actually would like to roll a stealth check for Eugene. To just hop off Chanor's shoulder and just to stay in the room.
That's fine.
Yeah, roll the check, see if Hilda notices or cares.
Actually, not Hilda.
Wait, who are you hiding it from?
Quillz.
Quillz, I need you to roll me a perception check. We're gonna do contested.
Stealth is a 19.
I rolled a 10, so I don't see it.
Cool. Yeah, rolls down.
I'm just walking out with Hilda being like, have you seen what Snipps has been doing at the Marigold? A lot of wonderful recipes. We gotta go try some of the new stuff.
Oh, no, that sounds delightful. And I haven't eaten there in a while. Like, I guess I didn't... Yeah, I guess I haven't since probably... Oh. Yeah, we should go over there and have a bite. Sure. What are you doing back in the behind?
I'm gonna cast Identify on the wyvern egg.
So, fun fact, similar to a lot of the other stuff, the wyvern egg, because it naturally absorbs magic, like, you get the same problem where, like, the magic isn't stationary with you long enough to get the information back, and you're like... I will say that you are experienced enough to know that that is an expected result with a wyvern egg. So it's kind of hard to tell if this is a blight-related thing or a wyvern egg thing.
Could I cast Detect Magic to see if the aura is more blighty or more stereotypically wyverny?
Because Detect Magic basically maintains in your own closed ecosystem, I will say that you can do that without it getting sucked out of you by force. Yeah, that's... You're not projecting magic, you're, like, tuning it. So yeah, you do Detect Magic, and you definitely notice a blatant difference between, like, magical energy under the egg, the blight energy in the samples, and, like, the wyvern egg is... It's giving off its own aura. It's not blight infected, but there is definitely a problem with it, given that, like, it is drawing new energy up, but it's also being pulled out of it at the same time. Like, you just watch this weird flow of energy happening where the wyvern egg isn't gaining the benefits that it's supposed to. And, like, a little bit of pulling back from that. Like, so there is a little bit. It's not blight infected. It is just sort of, like, in a tug of war in a weird way.
Does the just out of curiosity, is the like the chalkiness, like, is the color still robin's egg blue, or is it more of an actual chalky color?
It's more of a like slate blue at this point. Like it's lost that sort of vibrant color aspect of the blue. It's a more blue-gray now. Like got invigorated, but it hasn't been able to maintain it.
So is it anything like how whenever coral in oceans gets bleached?
Yes, just like that. Actually, that is exactly the type of effect you're looking at.
All right, so Quillz is gonna be like, all right, this egg needs to be somewhere else, stat, but she's not going to attempt to move it because she is tiny.
Fair.
And has no strength.
Roll me an intelligence check. Or an intelligence saving throw. Your call. I'm guessing you have a bonus of some kind. It technically is a question of saving you from hassle.
25.
Cool. You also, like, as you have this train of thought, you also go, or I could just move the samples out of range from the egg, so it's no longer being like pulled off of that. Like basically pull them out of orbit. And you could move those very easily.
How big is the room?
The room, you'd have to move them to the front room somewhere. You definitely would not be able to keep them in this room. This room is maybe 15 by 15 tops. Like and the egg is big enough that like you can't get really 10 feet away from it or more.
Quillz is like, well, I don't really want to move the samples to the front, but for right now, they'll do if we lock it up.
Yeah.
Steal them.
Do you have any magical containers, actually? Do you have any, like, any haversack or any of those types of things?
I mean, she's got, like, her, like, purse, but it's not magical.
Okay. I was going to say, like, in one of those, like, extra-dimensional, like, storage units, if you just moved them into your own bag and, like, took them for now, that would also solve the problem.
I mean, she could probably put, like, she doesn't want to, like, inadvertently get affected by the blight stuff.
I mean, that's entirely fair, but you've also seen Chanor interacting with these samples a lot and hasn't had any weird symptoms, so I think it would be safe to say you would know, especially with that intelligence save, you'd be able to conclude that without it piercing your skin or being ingested, that there isn't really much of a threat at that point.
It's not really...
Like, it might still suck up magical ambient energy, but it's not going to affect you specifically unless you, like, get it in your system somehow.
It doesn't have radiation poisoning issues, it just absorbs.
Right.
Okay. So she's gonna, like, a couple of the smaller ones, she's got pockets in her purse, so she's gonna put those in the pockets.
We got a hydrate from Kareem.
Yeah, she's gonna...
A small voice in the back of your head. I wouldn't steal those.
I will say that Chanor, at the moment, you were standing outside with Hilda, and you two are just looking at Snipps like, hey! Hey! Hey!
Yeah, Snipps' eyes are just completely white, glazed over.
Just gone.
I'm just gonna, like, grab Snipps by the hand and start bringing him along with us.
Quillz is just gonna, like...
just, like, shoving.
She's gonna look around for Eugene, she's gonna be like, I'm not stealing them, and she grabs a bigger one and she moves it to the front room.
Nice.
This is me carrying multiple at once.
Vocalizing. China, what is Quillz doing with the vials?
Hilda, her eyes go fucking wide, and she's like, well, then.
She's currently moving them to the front?
I mean, I technically don't know this, so...
Well, I mean, yes, but it has just been verbalized in front of you, and Hilda now pulls away from you, and is just like, and like stomps back into the place, and like pulls the door closed, and puts her hands on the frame, and you see everything sort of like activate. Quillz, I need you to roll me a dexterity saving throw.
Okay. $18.
So you do a good job. There's like this radiant energy that kind of like arcs out across the entire storefront, hitting everything, and you're short enough that it doesn't take you very much to get under it, but it's like this wave of basically attack energy that is radiant based. that you, as someone who lives here, you probably recognize it as like their version of a like home security system. But she basically has activated the store's security system with you still inside.
She's gonna be like, I'm just trying to protect the wyvern egg.
But she can't. I mean, Snipps, you hear that. I don't know how you want to communicate this. You're still have Eugene inside, but she can't. Hilda can't hear.
Oh,
shit.
is Hilda on the outside or the inside?
I thought Hilda was on the inside.
Oh, outside.
No, she closed the door from the outside and activated, as if she was like locking up for the night. She like closes the door and like activated it, and then was just like, deal with that fucking thief.
She's like, I'm just trying to protect the wyvern egg by moving it to the front of the room.
She's saying she's trying to protect the egg.
Oh, well, I mean,
I'm just saying this into a vacuum because I cannot hear you. Jenna, you know how seeing through familiars work.
yeah,
I'm just telling you.
Yeah, you say that honestly. I mean, yeah, that sounds like Quillz. What did you just do? And like, I just like look at whatever the hell happened to this building.
So I'm guessing like you're a bit away. If you're gonna want to communicate with Hilda, you're gonna have to shout at this point. Like you guys were walking.
I'm gonna go do what I originally planned on doing. How far? You know what? This is time for the map. Because I would know the map well enough for this by now. Although I don't see Hilda's on here.
There should be.
Cemetery, market, farm, theater, militia.
No, she isn't, because you drew that map before we submitted our own characters, and Hilda is one of the characters from a backstory.
Gotcha.
Is possible, but could still be a.
This affects my decision making a bit. How far away is the clinic from where Hilda's is?
That's fair. I'm going to call it as. That's the farm. That's the. Oh god, you guys haven't dealt with them at all. That's amazing. That is the market. That's cemetery. Taverns are over there. The main tavern's over there. That is. So I'm gonna say that Hilda's is on the outside of the market between the alley and the tavern.
Market, which is then tavern.
So southeast of the bullseye, or southwest of the bullseye. I'm sorry.
Gotcha. Okay. I see. Okay. How far away do I think that is? Do you think that is?
Going off in New York block logic, which these should be approximately, then that is going to be. It is from the clinic or from the market? I'm sorry.
Clinic to Hilda's, or Hilda's to clinic, back and forth.
Clinic to Hilda's is probably a third of a mile to a half a mile, somewhere in that bracket.
Okay, no.
So like a 7 or 8 minute walk.
That is way too far. Okay, staying here, dealing with it here. Any chance I can make a roll to see if I have any knockout juice on me?
Yeah. I think you have a flashback loaded, don't you?
I have those for the cart. I don't know if that.
Right.
And
you don't have the cart with you at the moment?
Is that a thing I would need to go around town? Is that a thing that like would seem normal, or would I be more, or walking makes more sense? I'm a small creature, but I don't know if that inhibits my walking.
For visiting Hilda, you might not decide you need it. I'll leave it to your discretion if you were like taking it around because you might have wanted to pick up supplies or something. I don't know what your logic might have been.
That's fair. I'm going to make a wisdom check. If I get 11 or above, it means I did. I got a 7, so no.
Okay. So no cart. I can say knockout juice. Probably not unless like you were expecting conflict of some kind.
I don't think I really was. Chanor wasn't, Vinny was, but like Chanor.
Right, yeah.
So Chanor is just like, shit, carrying that on me from now on, and like turns around and it's like,
that's fair.
Hilda, what is going on? Why? I don't know what you're doing at the moment. I also like.
Are you pulling? Are you pulling Snipps with you, or are you just letting Snipps stand in the middle of a road, blinded and deafened?
Snipps kind of fucked all this up, to be honest. So
Yeah, I left Snipps wherever he was. I
Fair.
Not purposely.
Elle
It was.
turns to you and goes, "Oh, Chanor, dear. Now, apparently, Snipps just kind of revealed that your friend Quillz has been robbing me blind. Although it was your samples, really. She's robbing us blind. I activated the security system, so there's like waves of radiant energy like going off and trying to hit whatever's in there that's not supposed to be.
Oh.
Yeah.
How do you decide what's not supposed to be? What if you're in there?
I mean, once I lock the door, if you're still alive and inside, or I guess actively moving around at a certain height and alive and inside, and you really shouldn't be, it just presumes you're a thief if it like responds to movement, really.
Oh. Gotcha. I don't know how much time I have, so I'm going to keep talking until you cut me off, Griff.
I mean, I'm going to basically hand wave like an 18 set, like 3 rounds. We're going to say 3 action exchanges, and then we're going to like jump back and have Quillz have the same 3 rounds to see what happens.
Okay, I'm going to say, well, I don't think at least from what Snipps just said, I don't, and also it's not really like Quillz. Quillz is a person who goes around collecting people's late books, not really the type to also like try to steal from people. More, and from what Snipps said, it was about, it was like moving it away from the egg, so there was like, because there's cross-contamination of some sort or something that I was worried about. I would just open it up and we can double check with Quillz, because like it's not like Quillz is gonna run away.
Oh.
Anna,
Quillz, what are you up to?
here anywhere? I still can't hear or see you.
She's still hunched over,
Okay.
and she's just like, because her hands were in the air like this, and she's already put the big one up. She's holding the 2 small ones that she had taken out of her purse. She's just like, I have no idea what's gonna happen, so I'm just gonna sit here and just talk to Eugene. How's it going, Eugene?
What do you say to Eugene?
Via and also Snipps.
What do you say?
What do I say? I'm just gonna be like, so lovely day we're having.
And talk about the weather, really?
Oh, you know, it's cloudy with a chance of danger.
Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious.
What do you think about octopi? I don't know.
Snipps, how are you taking all this? Now that you're the only point of contact for new information from inside that building at the moment.
She's just closest just like.
So, Snipps, here's your split. You know that the Blight is pulling on both you and Hilda. You know that you are kind of on board for it on some level. And you know that Quillz is sort of interrupting something that was feeding Blight. I will leave it to your discretion at the moment. There will be a point soon where, like, it'll not quite be your decision, but I need to allow you, for the time being, to still manage Snips's oral versus impulse issue.
In that case, I'll just leave it up to the dice.
Okay.
12
if you're gonna do
or
that, I will let you do that the whole time.
Okay, 8 or lower. Snipps falls to what the Blight wants him to do.
That's gonna be a like encouraging Hilda to really deal with the problem then.
So that's a 6.
Oh god, this is gonna be weird.
Right. I'm portrait roll. I'm gonna make that a 9.
So the
Vinny,
it's now
you're
9
a
on the
fucking
dice.
delight.
What's the bonus on the 9? So 9's the dice roll. What is the augmentation, or was it just a flat 20?
Oh no, that's just I roll a d20, 8 or lower does blighty things, and anything above 8 would be.
Got it. If I had
showing
made you do
some
it, I would have included
basic
like a
kobold
wisdom
decency.
aspect. Yeah. Okay. Cool. So yeah, no, you're at a 9. So you are now like you have this moment of being like, I'll let her burn her down, and then you're just like, no, Quillz is a friend. So how do you try to get Hilda on board in a way that you both understand, given your unique shared moment here.
Okay.
Say that Quillz
So-
probably like was speaking aloud about the wyvern egg thing while just thinking out loud. So Eugene probably
We're way past that. I'm sorry. We're not going to retcon that.
No,
But you
I'm
did
just-
announce
no,
your intention.
No, I was just so that he can relay that to her. But if that's not a good thing,
Oh,
then
yeah. Okay, yeah. No, that's fair.
no, yeah,
You
that's
did
what I was.
announce that. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I thought you were trying to pass out new information to change the tone
No.
of things.
No, just saying that she was relaying what she was understanding out loud while she was thinking out loud. That way he
Got
is to be like, oh.
So you know it's about protecting the wyvern egg and nothing else, and maybe that affects how you communicate. Go for it, Snipps. What do you got?
Okay. Since Eugene can, since I can still see Quillz through Eugene's eyes, you hear a voice in your head going, "I'll be right back." And Snipps drops out of looking through Eugene.
You said that to Quillz.
Yeah, to Quillz, and can now see and
And you see Eugene's kind of like now chittering around at random, no more like actual controlled focus. It's just kind of like.
Yeah, and I'm just going to use my movement to go up to Chanor and Hilda. Hilda, you. Oh wait, that's. Oh, okay, that's what it was.
You recognize the security system. Like, you know how that works.
I've seen it before. I've worked there long enough. She's not trying to steal anything. Apparently, the Blight vial stuff is bad for the egg, or at least it seems like the egg is pulling in some of your Blight magic.
That seems very unlikely, but I suppose if you're just being safe.
I don't know. I'm just relaying what she's talking about.
So use the same.
You're the
logic. Let me
expert
see
in
if I
here.
can roll a d20 higher than an 8. See if she's no more affected than you are, to be honest. That's a 15. She's fine. So she's just sort of like, yeah, no, I guess better safe than sorry. And she like puts her hand back on the door and like mumbles a few words, and the whole thing comes down. The door pops open, and like she's just like, sorry, there's a little misunderstanding.
Can I set these down now?
Yes, actually, if given that I think I understand what's happening now, if you just want to leave them on the, there's like a little pickup table off to the side, on the far side away from the wyvern egg, and there's like a little stand there, so you can just put them on that, and that's probably smart for now.
And Quillz is going to relay to Hilda exactly what she picked up on, so Hilda gets an idea of what was happening specifically.
And Hilda will head back in and like have that conversation with you quickly, and then like write a note and like leave it on the table, be like, if anyone gets in the shop tomorrow before her, it just says, please do not touch, move, or interact with. Do not open shop until I'm here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. This is a better safe than sorry situation, because I know you're really excited about the wyvern egg, and I didn't want the blight to affect your wyvern egg because they're rare.
Oh, that's very smart, and I do see your point. You know, two things that suck up magic are a little... I could see the conflict. That makes perfect sense. I did not actually consider that. I thought the chalkiness was kind of promising, but I see that maybe it was struggling.
Oh. This is, I guess, out of character, or I guess it's just like a mental thing. Does that mean the absorption capabilities for the blight is stronger than the absorption abilities of the wyvern because it's overpowering the wyvern, or is it just because the wyvern takes in and seems to like have positive effects where the blight seems to just like kind of disperse it after use? Or is that like way too much to even...
You can at least infer that like the blight does have a little bit stronger of a pull in terms if we're like talking magical magnetism essentially. Like it is basically winning that fight on a base level, but at the same time, like there is the question in your head of because the wyvern egg had a separate positive focus to pull from, that maybe it was just transitional that way, and if you left them only with egg and blight, that it might actually be a real fight. So there's a slight uncertainty but because of 1 to B or A to B to C, that it might just be a positive to negative, like the way a battery works versus like actual magnetism. You're not quite sure which one of those two applies.
Gotcha. Chanor had.
If the audience hopefully followed all that, good job.
Chanor has minor flashbacks to, a house exploding and a friend dying, and just like, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go as fast as I can. I'm gonna get away from everybody. I'm gonna use polymorph on myself to turn myself into a giant goat. I'm going to run back to the clinic. I am going to demand 3 vials of sleepy juice. I'm just going to reverse right back over there. I'm not going to technically use it on Hilda, but that's my whole thing. I need to have those on me from now on.
I have a question about polymorph.
What's up?
And you herbalize when you're a goat?
No, I mean, like, I'm doing it to get there quickly, and then I'm, like, changing back. It's just the extra speed boost.
Got it. Just checking. Because I was just picturing you showing me like, bah! Stomp, bah!
Actually, I guess
Gauze, what happened? Where's Chanor?
Actually, I guess faster, I just turn into, like, a giant eagle and do that. I'll save the goat for a different time.
Oh, no.
I love the three Billy Goats gruff thing you've got going on here.
Yeah, I'm just getting that, and then I'm, like, stomping back as a normal person, but, like, muttering to my, like, motherfuckers. Just untold horrors. Death.
Motherfuckers.
Oh, man. So how do you want to handle the remaining situation here? Like, Snipps, you clearly recognize kinds, and Hilda's looking very familiar to you right now. And you two are on the other side of this being like, they're both fucking weird and we don't know how to solve this directly.
How am I feeling about this?
That's the question. You won the roll last time. If you want to keep rolling to see where that sticks, that's your call. But for right now, I'm going to say that for the day, you're a little bit on the, like, let's try to avoid more blight poisoning. If I was ruling. But I will leave it to your discretion, honestly.
Hilda, when was the last time you had eaten? Just anything at all?
Oh, it's
Tuesday.
I want to say like 4.
That hours or days or a time?
Oh, days, yeah. A couple days back. 4 days back, I think.
Oh,
So dinner, what y'all thinking?
These moments where I do little micro references to things, and I can't stop the whole stream to announce what I just referenced, knowing that people might not get it. It bums me out. Sorry, go ahead.
Welcome to my world.
I have my room is at the clinic, right? We discussed that's where I sleep. All right, I come back.
Like it's an attached house.
I come back with
an attached building.
I come back on gauze to make my trip easier.
Cool. That speed kick.
So, what? Huh.
Huh?
Your words.
English preferably.
You know what? Let's just get back to the tavern. You do have to eat something. What have you been living off? I mean, I know that people can survive 4 days without eating something, but have you at least drank something?
Yeah. Oh, there's plenty of water at the shop, and that's easy enough.
Good. At least
have
something.
You not left the shop?
I mean, I've gone home a couple times, but I haven't eaten on the way. I have water at home too. There has been food there, but I haven't really been hungry. That's probably the weirdest part, I guess. Now that we're talking about it, like I just haven't been hungry for the past few days.
And that didn't strike you as odd.
I mean, I guess after day 2, I probably should have asked the question, but like, I was, you maybe not you, Snipps. You work with food, turns to like Quillz and Chanor and be like, you know how sometimes you get like focused on a problem and you kind of like you don't remember that food matters because you're busy.
Quillz is just nodding your head. Yep, get
4
lost in
days is
books all
probably
the
a
time.
long time for that, but if you're really dove into a project, sometimes time doesn't matter the same way either. But you notice that she's not singing as much now. Also, that is, I want to point out that is a decision, not a narrative decision, not me forgetting to do the singing.
No, you're good.
Cool.
Okay.
Yeah, if you guys want to get food, if you think it, like, you're probably right. I probably should eat something just because.
You definitely should eat something. The last time I saw someone who hadn't eaten in a while, and let's be honest, also got infected by the blight stuff because you obviously have. They
Roll
tried
me a persuasion
spitting
check real
water.
quick.
Also, Hilda was
Hello.
there for that person because that's how she got infected.
Yeah.
I'm going to use one of my chronal shifts because that was an 8.
That's a smart call.
Yeah, that's better, even though it's not by much. 12.
It's shit. I might have to make a counter roll on a 12. See if she can beat it. It is close enough to even. Okay, no, she's with you. So she's just sort of like, okay, no, I see your point. Just one of those things. I haven't felt very off. I just, was focused. But I see. You're probably right. This isn't the first time this has come up in my life. Let's go get something to eat.
Yes, please. And yeah, we'll probably have to figure out some kind of getting rid of that because that's not healthy.
Can I stab her in the back with one of the syringes?
Hold on. No, hold on before you do that. Snipps, before that sentence gets out of your mouth, you think it. I need you to roll me a wisdom saving throw.
Okay.
Need to see if your blight overrides your logic
21.
or not. Okay, yeah, you override your blight, fine.
Yeah, because that's
like, okay.
That's
you're
not
probably right.
healthy. That's kind of wrong.
Fair enough. Come on.
Why did
I'm buying. Where do you want to go? Where do you want to go?
So we're going to the marigold.
No, we're going to Marigold.
Probably
I'm cooking you something.
I say it's always the marigold.
I'm going to cook you up something special.
Hold on. Are you still using Ave's recipes?
I'm
Or are you doing
using
something
Ave's
different?
recipes in some ways. I'm not using those ones.
There's a reason I haven't seen you there very often. Like, I've never really been a fan of her cooking. Like, I get it. Don't get me wrong, she's definitely better than Amelia. I tend to go to Marcus's. I don't know what their chef's doing differently. Like, maybe it's just they're keeping it straightforward and not trying to experiment as much as you guys.
I've cooked for you before. I can do that again.
Just make me something simple. I know you have all these, like, things you're testing out, but, like, you know me and textures.
I'm not going to
like,
test
make me something
anything out.
simple,
You're going to get a full English breakfast.
Oh, see, this is what I'm talking. Like, I know that sounds standard to you, but just give me something straightforward, like one texture, one basic thing, like chicken nuggets, something like cheesy with a bread sauce, like nothing complicated.
Noodles with sauce.
Noodles with sauce. Noodles with sauce.
Okay, you get some noodles. Come with me.
She's basically like the adult who's like overly organized but really hates surprise textures in their food. Yeah, so she'll come along and be like, all right.
Good.
And you guys all have a nice meal and chat. Is there anything specific you're going to try to get at her? Or you want to keep it away from the topics at hand to like not trigger anything? Like, what's your call here?
While we're going to the Marigold, Thana is going to hear Snipps in the back of his head, basically just sharing Snipps' thought on this. So Hilda is definitely infected, and I do not know how long we could keep her away from the whole Blight vial stuff. It might be a good idea to do a similar thing to the cold turkey treatment we did to the aquatic guy. I hope I can trust your judgment on this one. You can't answer to this, but you just putting it out there. Not saying we have to, just saying it's an option that should probably be explored.
I don't even need to have you roll an intelligence check on this. Chanor, what do you think?
Snipps, I mean, I already know my plan literally was going to be that, like, I know what it worked, so I'm going to do this. Like, my plan is already to do exactly that. My first step is going to be looking at Snipps and say, Snipps, because of this weird thing tonight, there's going to be some alcohol in the house, right?
I mean, yeah, sure.
I'm still working off of a clinician's pay. I need you to. I'm sorry.
Help a buddy out.
You're not paying.
That's what I'm hoping for. I'll pay for the meal. I'll never not pay for food. I'm just like, I'm not a big drinker.
Do you want some noodles as well?
Sure, I like noodles.
You're not paying.
Oh, okay. You just need the alcohol, and I just point at Hilda. Like, I think this would help.
That's not okay.
I know.
This is me outwardly hinting to be like, alcohol would help this situation feel better, but this is Chanor also being like, a drunk person's probably a lot easier to stab with the needle after a few drinks.
Oh yes, because drugs and alcohol always go very well together.
Look, it's fantasy. Drugs,
I
don't know.
I know, it's magic alcohol.
I mean, I haven't had any complaints, but what?
How often have you been stabbed with a syringe of just knockout juice?
Oh, knockout juice? No, that hasn't come up very often. But the mixing drugs with alcohol part has come up plenty.
Fair enough.
Don't try it at home. I'm a professional.
I guess I'm riding gauze as we talk or something. I don't know, because I said I brought gauze, so...
Please take everything I just said with a grain of salt and with comedy in mind. That was possibly tragedy also. Please do not take it in a context viewing audience.
Don't do drugs, kids. Wait until you're legal.
Stay in drugs, don't do school.
That's a choice.
Hey, that's closer to my mantra, honestly.
So can we get some food and drinks and have, like, a good time to, like...
Relax.
Quillz, do you have any new thoughts on top of everything that's been set up for this plan at the moment?
Quillz is just doing her best not to piss Hilda off again.
Okay. Hold on, I have to make a decision here of whether this is something that I feel like a roll should give you guys extra information or insight or not. No, you have enough information. There's no reason I need to help on this moment. You have made your choices. We're now going to let them play out. Cool.
Okay.
So the goal is that you're going to eat, and then you're going to drink, and then at some point when Hilda is nice and unfocused, you're going to try to put them into a detox. For blight purposes, not for the other stuff as much, but mostly to get the blight out of the system.
Yeah, it's like once we feel she's good and relaxed, I just feel like it's going to be easier. I saw how some conversations went and didn't enjoy that. I just want to, and then she's going to spend a few days detoxing. And sorry.
And can I assume that all three of you are open and on the same page about that intention?
Snipps is going to wait until Hilda is just a little bit buzzed and probably a little bit easier to talk to in that regard. And it's just going to mention, so the thing is, we both know you've been affected by the whole blight stuff, and to this day, we only really have seen one way that works in getting rid of it, and that is basically just to let it run its course and to, yeah, basically put people on cold turkey.
I need you to make 3 rolls after this, but continue your sentence.
Yeah. I'm not quite sure if you have any other ideas on what might work, but we've seen that this blight stuff is both changing people and not for the better, and also kind of screwing with magical energies in general. Just thinking on the wyvern egg. I don't really want to force anything on you, but I think it might be for the best if you stayed at the clinic for at least a few days or so.
Alright, I need a second piece of information before I have you do the rolls. Did you warn the other 2 that you were about to have that conversation with Hilda?
I would have warned at least Chanor via telepathy, because I had already told him that this was going to be more or less my plan.
Cool. I need a persuasion check. I need a dexterity saving throw, and then I need 4 rolls. Persuasion, dexterity save, wisdom save, and then an arcana check.
Okay.
In order.
Persuasion. 19. Dexterity saving throw. That's an 8. Wisdom save. I'm going to reroll that one. Oh, a lot better.
He's got the
8.
thing.
And Arcana, you said?
Wait, why is the reroll?
Because of my chrono shift.
Didn't you already use that earlier, or do you have 2 uses?
I have 2. I have 2 per long rest.
Okay, got it.
Yeah.
What was the number on that? I'm sorry.
18 in total. And the last one was an Arcana check?
Yep.
Okay. Ooh, Arcana. No, it's not so bad. 13.
Cool. Cool. So, persuasion, you're telling her all this. She's kind of like agreeing with you, getting the gist of it all. And then there's still at the last moment, like basically you change the DC level of when she reacts to realizing what you're actually propositioning.
Mm-hmm.
And she does eventually like stand up and is just like, I gotta fucking get out of here in that moment. And your dexterity save isn't quite quick enough to stop her from reacting. But then your wisdom save does protect you from having a secondary effect, but then puts you at the mercy of her having the same reaction at the same time. So,
okay.
Persuasion kind of had her on board almost until the end. Like, you really got pretty far until the final flinch happened. She realizes that this is kind of a trap purposes, or an intervention, but it's a trap. And she, like, stands up, and as you are like, no, I'm trying to help her. I don't want to... I could just suck all this off her, and that would also solve the problem, but I need to help. She does not have your same moment, and she then does that, and your Arcana was not high enough to counter hers. So I need you to make a Constitution saving throw finally to see how much of the Blight effect she pulls out of you into her to bolster her.
Check or saving throw?
Save, for sure.
Okay, 12.
12. Ooh. So, Snipps, you have been mostly feeling like fairly healthy. You feel a little off. You had the cold carpet that kind of faded. You've gotten some information from people. For the most part, you're like, I can tell something's a little off with me, but I'm not really sure. It doesn't really feel overpowering. You suddenly feel this pull on your system. And you are now, like, cold, shaking. After a couple seconds, a sweat breaks out on you. Like, you have just felt like all of anything that's been keeping you balanced has been pulled out of you dramatically.
Okay.
Elda had, like, heard what you were saying, just like, oh yeah, no, we should probably... Oh. And just, like, stood up, didn't do anything that you saw, but you just felt this pull from one end to the other. Mostly as she got a little bit of distance from you. The other two of you, you see Snipps basically, like, try to stand up and fall back into the chair as Hilda gets up and just looks really wild-eyed and, like, under threat. I should retrospect check something, because it's probably still fairly not, like, super late night. How many... did we do this at, like, between lunch and dinner? Is there a full... like, who's at the restaurant currently, aside from you guys?
That sort of depends on the time. So
Did we do this right after the other thing that we just did? Which was...
Yeah, was there a pause, or is there...
Well, earlier, Snipps was on a 15-minute break from lunch, so if we're waiting until later to have done this, that means we're probably closer to dinner, or at least we're in the evening of some sort.
Yeah. I would say probably afternoon till late afternoon, so around maybe 4:35-ish.
Okay, so just when people are starting to, like, come get their I left work early food, so not overpacked. Like, there's not people waiting for tables, but there's a lot of people here. Cool. So yeah, she, like, stands up, her chair goes knocked back, and she's just, like, backed up, trying to figure out which direction some kind of estimated restraint is going to come from. But her eyes are bright teal at the moment. Chanor and Quillz, what are you up to? Or Quillz first, I guess, technically. Oh, I'm sorry, Chanor, you're top of the order.
So I'm over, like 10 feet away, with, like, talking to Quillz, being like, and that's what we're going to probably need to do to her. We'll probably just have to sedate her without telling her about anything that's going on, just to make sure that there's no weird reactions and nothing bad happens. Because, we saw what happened when people get in danger because of, like, learning about these things. So just going to
like,
go up behind her.
The ground and
God, they're so rowdy tonight. So yeah, I'm going to go up behind her. I'm going to inject her with the needle. And we're going to just bring her back to the clinic. If anyone asks, we'll just have to explain that there's a bit of a, like... She has a chronic illness, because that's the closest thing that I can really claim right now. Then we turn around and hear this, and it's like, oh, motherfucker. I'm first, huh?
I mean, if it depends, how much of that is your turn?
Well, I assume. Well, I don't know if we're saying, like, Snipps was taking that time to explain it. We could just say I was having.
Hear the outburst. You're first.
How far away am I from Hilda?
You just said 10 feet.
10 feet? Alright,
you had said.
That's fair. Well, I'm gonna... I don't know how quick this stuff... Chanor would know. I don't know how quick this stuff would react to somebody once she gets injected. I'm just gonna try to walk up to her.
2 rounds. The first round there's going to be a grogginess, second round collapse.
Okay, I'm going to just try to walk up to her and stab. I don't want to use magic near either of these two right now.
Right, so you close the distance and you're going for a melee attack, essentially?
If we want to call it that, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Stabbing with the pen, yeah.
Same way as if you were trying to grab them with shock and grasp. Like, you're still got to make physical contact to someone who wants to clearly avoid that.
Cool. Is that just like an unarmed strike?
Yeah, essentially. I can give you as if it were a dagger, so...
Cool. It's gonna be...
That's a big-ass needle.
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, I don't know what it counts as.
But it's still the same logic. Like, you're trying to hit them with something that's, like, a few inches extended from your hand instead of contact.
Oh, that's...
more enough.
Okay.
I'll allow it.
I thought I was rolling a d12 and I was gonna be like, that's a problem. God, stop rolling into the corner. Oh, never mind. That's a 19. Keep rolling into the corner. Nope, 14. 14 plus 5, so 19?
So you were right.
That will make contact. And
I'm gonna stab and then
have like
I put my hands up and back up and be like, Hilda, I promise I'm not trying to hurt you.
After you just hurt her.
Of the ways to hurt, that's the least.
Yeah, I know. Just been
So-
devil's advocate.
While Snipps is giving his spiel to Hilda, Quillz is eating and she's thinking, why is he telling her this? She's not acting on it, she's just
Oh
thinking.
wait, I thought you were with Chanor 10 feet away, no? Was he not talking to you?
Oh wait.
I guess I should have asked for consent to use your character in that way. I was gonna say that technically Quillz hasn't been explained any of this, so I was gonna say I took that moment to actually explain the subtle conversation me and Snipps have been having.
He's just munching on a roll right now.
Okay.
Got it.
That happens. And Quillz is like, oh shit, and she starts to go follow Chanor, but then that happens and she's like, alright, let's just stay out of line of fire for right now. Still eating a roll.
Okay. Snipps, before Hilda's moment, what is your reaction to what's happening now? You are, I will note, unable to cast magic at this moment, and you are you're sitting down and you're also a little bit, cold.
I'm not trying to hurt you. I just want to help you. And just sinks back into the chair. Can I make a performance check to appear as if I'm just knocked out? Basically play on her heartstrings.
You can do that. I will also have you roll a wisdom saving throw at disadvantage on top.
Performance is an 8.
Oof.
Disadvantage, you said?
Yes.
Still decent, 15.
Cool. All right, so you are trying to perform, and you're basically just doing a really, looking knocked out and just doing a bad job of selling it. But at least in your head, you're also still I can't suck the blight out of her the same way she just did me. That's not going to help anyone if we just keep passing it back and forth. You have at least some cognition keeping you out of the flinch of wanting to redraw the energy. But yeah, so Hilda, it gets down and just and then grabs the bottle of wine off the table and pulls something out of her pocket and drops it in and just slams it down and starts to run for the door.
Are we still in initiative order?
Top of the order.
Okay.
Oh, top of the order, huh?
I will note that she runs for the door and you do see her starting to stumble on her way to the door.
That's
she does have
fair.
2 rounds.
That is very fair. Checking one thing because I have a weird idea, but I don't know if I have a thing for it. Okay, here's a question.
Audience, as you watch all this, sorry, but I'm going to give the audience a little moment here. So one of the best things in the world as a DM running this whole thing is I started them off as wizards who had a hindrance to their magical potential, so they always had to overmanage their stuff. Now they have a little bit more freedom in their spellcasting, except for the fact that it gets sucked up by blight stuff. So now they have a secondary thing that has been triggered that they have to constantly keep track of, and it makes them not want to cast spells, and it is...
Well,
I'm so
I can't.
amused by all of this.
I would very much like to cast spells, but I can't right now.
You can on your next turn. It's just on that first moment right after she pulled it out of you.
Very nice.
You were having
that
a little
actually
bit of
changes everything.
Yeah, so if you want to on your next turn, you will absolutely have spellcasting capabilities back.
Nice.
It's just that first reactionary moment. Chanor, you're up.
Question: Are we in 2 questions? One, do I know off the top of my hand if I can cast magic if I'm near Snipps right now? Because of what just happened? Do I have any idea?
Roll me an intelligence saving throw. Because there is technically inferences you can make, but they do fall one side or the other.
9.
You think probably fine. Like, if he just got drained and he can't even do anything at the moment, there's a good chance he's not able to draw energy. You're like, if you had rolled higher, you would have been like, he is now empty. He is going to be more vacuumous than normal. But right now, you think that it might be a safe moment to try to cast something.
Oh, okay. Okay, so I think it's safe. All right.
It's also now a question of whether you move first. That is another big question mark.
Very fair. The marigold. Is there open outdoor seating or an outdoor area? Because we talked about Marcus having that for the hotel, I believe.
I don't think it's ever been confirmed as a thing for the marigold. If it is, it's like one of those like one row of seating, not really like a big outdoor plaza type thing. It's just like an indoor thing.
Exactly that. If there is, then maybe some.
It's probably off to the side.
Then maybe some seating outdoors, but the majority is just indoors and just.
Cool.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Is there?
Just make a quick thing.
Are there windows, or is there like a plentiful amount of windows, or sparse?
So probably plentiful. I'm assuming. Ave seems like the type who would want to have a bar that has a lot of windows.
Ave wants her bar to be seen, definitely.
Yeah. So if this is the indoor seating, it's probably off to the side with the front door going this way. Like that's probably where the outdoor seating is, not out front.
Gotcha. I am going to take my endless decanter of water, point it at the wine bottle, say geyser, and try to shoot it out a window.
Oh, interesting.
You're gonna shoot it into the street.
Look, immediate concern has always been your guys' safety. That's why. That's why a whole town burnt down.
That's not criticizing. That is actually applauding it. Because my idea would have been tiny hutting it.
It goes 30 feet.
Tiny hut takes too long.
Yeah, no.
Well, unless I overtax myself.
That's
fair.
True.
Which, if you overtax yourself, that's a great outcome for this whole.
I am aware.
Instant death for somebody. All right. Well, I have a question. So you instinctively want to try to geyser shoot this away.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. There are, if you are, you know what, roll me a wisdom saving throw and we can hand wave it this way, depending on if you get higher than a 7. 7 or higher, not higher than 7. 7 or higher.
Okay.
You basically just have to not chunk it.
Okay. 15.
15. Cool. So I'm gonna cite you circle strafing around a little bit and shooting it out a back window. Which will at least keep it away from the main street, and we'll keep it away from the dining outsiders. But it goes flying out the back window, shatters a window that's by like a dishwashing station, essentially, the place behind the bar. And as it goes out there, there is a sudden like sound, not an explosion, like this kind of poof. Think of if a piece of popcorn popped, but like you were standing right next to it and you were this big. And in a few minutes, one of you will look outside and see that there's just this big growth of like a spongy material that has happened. That is the same color as the wine, and just chunks of glass are like around on the floor, and like maybe a person happened to have been cut if they were out back there somewhere where like a piece of glass chunked past them, but for the most part everyone's fine.
Cool. After I fire
if that happened indoors, it would have like boom inside the whole room and like pinned everyone to walls and shit.
Baller, I'm gonna fire that out the window. I'm gonna pray that no one dies because of this decision. Because the last time I made a call like this, a lot of people did. And go outside and just start following Hilda, like at a distance, just to be like, I know you're gonna pass out, I just don't know when.
Cool. So you spray fire and then chase.
Yeah. Or walk, whatever. Yeah. Jesus.
Quillz. You're eating a roll.
Yeah, she was eating a roll. She's torn between following Chanor and Figuring out how to make the sponge go away.
But to be fair, you probably haven't seen the sponge yet. You just saw the bottle go outside and heard a bonk sound.
Oh,
but if
okay.
you want, you can like take 10 feet of movement over and go, oh, that looks weird. And then and then you can have that be your next thought.
Then instead her reaction's going to be follow Hilda.
Okay. You also start moving towards the door. Cool. Do you want to ready any actions or any spells or anything?
Not spells, because she doesn't want to, like...
Fair.
So she's just gonna, like, if she gets close enough, she's just gonna dive bomb at Hilda's feet.
Roll me a dexterity check. Let's see if you see her starting to go wobbly towards the door, let's see if you can get there before she can take her next move. Because this is all happening within the same 6 seconds, to be technical. So.
14.
I will say that you can't dive bomb, but you run up, and as she's like pulling the door open, you like stop the door from opening enough for her to get through.
Okay.
So there's like a hold point now, and she's definitely panicked because she does think that the room's still about to fill with sponge. Because technically this would have happened as Chanor was shooting it out the window then, so it hasn't quite gone off yet in technicality, in terms of like reaction times and 6-second turnarounds and whatnot. Snipps. There's a lot of movement around you. You saw a geyser of water start to push a bottle away from the table. You are very cold, and you are trying to get your sense back about you, but you do feel like your connection to magic starting to spark, essentially. And you are ravenous. Like, you are suddenly so hungry, or thirsty, or something.
Have a roll.
What would you say? How large is the room? More than 40 feet?
Hold on. Working off that as a point of reference, that's going to be about 25 to 80. We'll call it a 30 by 70 for the whole venue that's on this floor. There's a kitchen section that's out in a different room. 70, so it's about 200 and... No, that's not correct at all. 200...
I don't need a number of square feet, I just need length by width.
Oh, then call it 30 by 80.
Okay. How many in what? Oh. Where are the most people seated in this thing? Because what, just from the perspective of just a random patron of a tavern, someone suddenly jumped up, is running out of a door, and someone else is using a weird thing to shoot water out of a window.
Oh. Same outline. Bar. Outdoor seating. This is the fancy table you guys have just for your personal use away from like the main population. Okay. And here's the row of tables that each seat like 4 people. So like Hilda basically just like shoved past some people and ran out this way. So there is like a table between you and door technically, but it would be the same amount of movement to get around it.
Okay, in that case, I would like to just groggily get up, get into the middle of the room, and just everything is fine. Calm emotions. Each humanoid in a 20-foot radius sphere centered on a point you choose within range must make a charisma saving throw. You can make a target indifferent about creatures of your choice that it is hostile towards. I don't know exactly if I can construe it in a way that they are indifferent to the commotion. If that is something I can do, I would like to do that. Otherwise, I have another turn I would pursue.
Give me 1 second to... I'm going to read through this description very quickly on my own.
Sure thing.
Each humanoid in a 20-foot radius sphere centered on a point you choose within range. There's no saving throw. Where is the point you choose?
Is it a center?
Yeah,
Like, just
in the
basically-
in the center between the both middling tables. So
Cool.
I have 20 feet to the one side and to the other side. So a 30-foot diameter centered around me. To hopefully get everyone inside of that diameter. To basically go, it's all good. Just go back to your meals. Nothing interesting has happened here. Please ignore the fainting woman on the door.
Oh.
Which is, for the record, not what I'm saying, just what I'm intending to achieve.
Yes. Hostile. Because that's an actual technical word that doesn't apply. Okay. You're trying to calm the crowd to make sure they don't panic as a result of all this, but you're doing it from that position in 20 feet in both directions, or in all directions.
Yeah. If
cool.
I can't get all of them, I would bias towards the tables nearer to where it happened.
Right. Chanor and Quillz, please also roll me a charisma saving throw, because it is non-discriminate. He cannot select his targets.
Yeah.
It is just their area.
Sorry.
Hilda also rolls. And... Chanor, what did you get?
That was a nat 1, which I get to re-roll, which becomes a...
the DC is 13, by the way. So everything 13 and above saves.
Okay. I was going to say, don't tell me, but that actually does mean I save just barely with a 14.
Ooh, cool.
Nice.
Quillz.
Yeah, 12.
Cool.
So you're pretty chill right now.
Elle. Alright, so at two of the tables, at each of the two tables on either side of you, there's one person who's a little concerned, but not enough to take any action.
Okay.
Chanor just sort of like brushes it off. Quillz just sort of like, in their attempt to intervene, just kind of like stops and looks around like, that window broken? And just like completely detaches. But at the same time, there are people around the room who have just like collapsed to the floor.
Shit.
Like half of the people in the room are now unconscious, and we're not sure to what extent that is. Hilda did save, and she's still trying to like pull the door open to make a run for it, but is also under a sedative, so is sort of like still wobbly on her own. Like even rolling its advantage, she came in at 13, barely. Or wait, yes. Oh no, that meets. So she actually,
makes it, breaks it.
She like barely hit it. I got confused for a second. She is still kind of just like and a little bit manic. But yeah, so she's trying to get out the front door. Everyone else is kind of having a moment, and you now feel a little bit like warmer and more stable on your side. I'm going to do one more round to see which way this ends up. And then we're going to call it for tonight because we got 14 minutes left. So, last actions, Chanor, Quillz, Snipps in that order. And then I'll have, however that plays out, affect the room, and we'll call there. But Chanor, any last moments?
Yeah, I'm going to... look to... Snipps. Snipps seems like conscious enough and like standing and like capable of movement.
Oh yeah, now they're vivid.
Snipps, I don't know what's going on exactly. Please take Hilda and get as far away from the marigold for like the next minute that you can. I'm preparing a spell and I just can't have you set the energy for this moment. And I'm going to hold my turn to cast Aura Vitality so I can try to bring everybody back up.
Nice.
but that only works if Snipps gets the fuck out.
Very well done. Quillz. You're a little foggy at the moment, but you can hear what was just said, and like you can still verbally react even if you're not going to do so with a high energy response.
He's just gonna look at Hilda and be like, "What's up, buddy?"
Cool. I will give you a reaction aloud after all this in case, because if they are leaving, it's going to be an attack of opportunity logic, but you'll have basically a reaction if Hilda moves out of range, given that you were doing a thing, and we'll see how this goes. But Snipps, are you going to go with Chanor's?
Yeah, just
suggestion?
looks at Chanor, voice in your head. I'm sorry, and just books it to the door. Just takes Hilda and basically pulls her hand over his shoulder, her arm over his shoulder, and starts just dragging her with him out of the door and down the street, just roughly towards the apothecary.
Apothecary or the clinic?
No, the clinic is right next door. That's not far enough. I'm not going to get.
We've done this.
I'm not going to go.
Next door. The tavern and the clinic are like blocks away from each other. So is the apothecary.
Snipps is not thinking straight.
Okay, so apothecary, got it.
Yeah, just on the way there, they're not going to go there because that's stupid. But just take a wide detour.
Cool. All right. Chanor, you have an opening. You get the point where you know that it's a safe distance for you to release magic.
I release Aura of Vitality, which means every turn as a bonus action, I can heal someone 2d6 hit points. I don't know if that helps in relation to like having mana drained. So, and as that's going on, whatever else I can do afterwards, I'm going to just do medicine checks on people as like my main action. Oh wait, that could technically be my bonus action too. Either way, I can do both. So I will heal and medicine check everybody that I can.
Roll me 3 medicine checks.
Alright. The healing is 6, if that helps with anything. Medicine checks. Alright. 3, you said?
And for most NPCs, that's their entire health pool, so yeah, that's pretty solid.
Yeah. Alright. First one is 12 plus 5, so 17.
Awesome.
Second one was a 4. I'm going to use my inspiration that I still have from you to roll it again, which is a 17 plus 5, so a 22.
Beautiful.
And my last roll was an 11 plus 5 is 16. I don't like that. I'm going to use one of my lucky die. That was a 3. I'm going to change it to an 18 plus 5, 23.
I mean, those are some fantastic numbers you've ended up with, and yeah, you're able to stabilize. Like, there's still a couple people who are unconscious, but they're breathing normally, they're not looking under duress, they've just, like, not woken up, but a lot of people are just like, what the fuck just happened? And they're clearly very healthy. Even Snipps is Quillz is a little bit like, what? Oh. Did I stop them? Like, just that little, like, delayed reaction from being a little bit thrown off. But, yeah, no, you've at least made sure that nobody on site has been significantly harmed. There's just the two people who have not come out of it yet, but in, like, 20, and, like, a few minutes when you, like, check on them and get them awake, they're perfectly responsive, no real trauma. A lot of them probably need a nap, but otherwise, cool. Snipps and Hilda. You get Hilda a bit away. Hilda starts to like fall unconscious. Snipps, I need you to roll me one last wisdom saving throw.
I used my last portent. Fuck.
Oh no.
That's okay. It's a 19.
So say I can't change anything anymore.
You feel the urge to be like, he's completely out cold. I could return the favor. No. I'm gonna help. I'm gonna try to help, and you like rebalance yourself. But yeah, no, there is obviously a something you're aware of that is making you not want to lose what blight you have, and also is hungry for more. So you are on a slight tilt, but you are managing it very admirably. And between you two taking care of the marigold and you having Hilda in a position where you're not using your blights to empower yourself, I'm going to call this the end of session. We are going to hand wave it, where like the marigold gets cleaned up, people get sent home. You two just basically like take some downtime, have a drink on your own, and kind of like sorts your own thoughts. So we'll come back to you two having a chat. We'll have Snipps and Hilda. You eventually get Hilda back to some place that you want, whether that's the apothecary or you just get them someplace like by the fountain or any place where you two can have your own personal chat. We'll have the two Blight people have a chat at the beginning of next session, and we'll have you two as the remaining non-blighted members of the starting team have a chat at the beginning of next session. So feel free to do some out-of-character prep. Obviously, for Snipps, if you want to like kick me with some Hilda questions of like how I'm going to have a response to something so you can plan, let me know in between session. But yeah, we're going to come back to that. Things I will need next session. Because we do need to start moving towards endgame, because you guys are on a clock that you guys don't know about technically. So, before the end of whenever our next session is, I will have to have you guys making some final decisions regarding where between the forest or the cemetery you're going to want to actually explore. To try to like pin down some of the threat, and presuming none of you gets more infected with blight and or more of you don't get infected with blight, what your actual goal is in terms of protecting people, smiting the blight, or building your own magic, like what your actual personal motive is going to be towards bringing this all to a closure. So have those thoughts in mind. I'll check in with you about midweek, so like Sunday before next session, and we'll see how this goes after the fact. Does anyone have any final questions in the last 5 minutes? Anything you want to check? Anything you want to explore? Put on my head to make sure I have the information ready? Chanor, you're first.
Not really.
Get back to you if you want.
Chanor just like just like sitting at a table, just be sweating profusely. Might have had diarrhea. He just had a real tough 30 seconds.
That's a specific response to a stressful moment, but okay.
That was a lot. He was clenching. It was a lot.
God.
You're just stress shitting all over the place.
Thank you. I did make soup that I have not eaten yet. Please stop.
What can I say?
Okay, I'm done.
Except you're welcome.
Yeah, I'm done. Okay. That's
Quillz, any final threads you want to pull?
Quillz is thinking of something along the lines of, what can I do with these customers that'll make them not trash talk the marigold?
Ah, okay.
So she's thinking more along the lines of free cookies. And like free to them, but like she would pay for them, obviously. Or you know, like some like she's musing like, okay, before we actually send these patrons home, how can I compensate
have
for
your
this?
priorities in order? God. Yeah, no, that's actually pretty good. Cool. Snipps, any final thoughts, concerns, questions, complaints?
A question to the DM.
Yes.
Because I have been musing over this for the session. Would the connection to the blight allow me at this point to tell Chanor to also put me under?
You have been passing your wisdom checks. You have that as an option.
Okay. Because
you are aware enough of your own effect without having succumbed to it that you can actually request if you are concerned with the progress of these moments that you keep feeling it pulling on you.
Yeah, because that would actually be Snipps' most prevalent thought right now. It's basically, okay, so we got Hilda out of the picture for now, and just we'll probably be able to help her just by keeping her away from Blight stuff. I'm also probably as affected as she is, if not worse. God damn it! I should talk to Chanor about making a detox.
Cool.
Yeah.
Chanor, as a forward to whatever that conversation actually looks like later, I want you to quickly roll me an intelligence saving throw right now. This is more just so you have like a position that you're information that you might not have as a player by the time this conversation happens.
I'm going to use a lucky because I rolled a 2. 14 plus 7, 23.
Okay. Yeah.
Nice.
So 14 plus 7 is 21. But you do...
You're right. I normally can do math pretty easily.
But
Rubbing
you
off
do
on
sort of... When that conversation happens, you will have the conclusion at some point that while you definitely think that having Snipps under for the time being is smart, you're very also certain that, like, Quillz guy had been drinking lake water, Hilda swallowed lake water, and Snipps has been bitten and swallowed lake water. So there's two things happening there that may be a different level of concern and or like might not naturally recede in the same way that just the people who drank it has.
Yeah, that joke about me.
So
like,
you will have that in mind.
My joke of like whipping out the battle axe like last session might not be as much of a joke anymore.
We're just gonna. You don't need that arm. It's for the best.
Does any one of you have regenerate as an option?
I was
well,
playing,
screw you too.
I was playing with the idea of talking to Griff about if I combine a healing spell along with polymorph, isn't that like kind of like if I turn someone into a starfish and remove it, then heal them?
Fucking hell, I'm gonna need a couple of intelligence rolls to see how much you like learn from stuff, or maybe intelligence arcana. But I'm not opposed to that type of.
I really want to see. I really want to see you succeed in that.
When the polymorph bullshit that I did might actually pay off.
Yeah. Not because it's useful, just because it's fun.
That's what I was going for. But then this was coming up, and I was like, we might need to chop off a limb. Well, if I could turn him into a starfish first.
Oh man.
I mean, you'd have to keep me as a starfish for a considerable amount of time because starfish can't just regenerate limbs like Namekians do, but they need a couple of days and
no.
months.
But if you do the polymorph and then you cast the healing spell on a starfish, it's going to accelerate it all. Anyway, we're at 10 o'clock of my time. So, folks,
4 a.m.
thank
for
you
me.
for sticking with us. Hopefully, a lot of you have been recurring viewers, and we always appreciate that.
Yeah.
Vander, would you like to plug the Kickstarter one more time before I take us out?
Heck yeah. If anyone else has anything to plug, also take a moment too. But before we do that, I'm going to open up again one more time with the Vault of the
I'm open for commissions, so
hell yeah.
Find me for commissions if you want commissions.
Yeah, well, we always bug her for commissions. He makes great artwork. Besides these ones, I have a lot of his for a lot of different things at this point. Some of which is Irona, the Ivory Queen, who, if you've seen any of the stuff, is there, and someone put it in before me. Thank you,
nice.
Kareen. But either way, check out the Vault of the Ivory Queen. Much appreciate that. This week we are actually having a afternoon session on Saturday with the Gentlefolk, and then we'll have Light Arc on Sunday, and next week I've lost track of my life. Nope. And then we have Blight of Opehc session 8 next week after that, and then Gentlefolk on the 20th on Friday. So you get two Gentlefolks back to back. You get 2 Light back to back. You get 2 Blight back to back. You're getting a bunch of D&D from us over the next couple weeks. So
I will note there is a 50-50 chance that 8 is the final. If not, 9's going to be the final. So we're coming to endgame here.
That's really funny because you said 16 sessions.
I banked just in case. I wanted to make sure that if we ran over significantly, but I thought this might get done in 6. So, like, we're still over what I actually thought I could accomplish if we were efficient, or if you guys didn't derail me, but I've been derailed a few times, so, like, we've grown.
Wait, Lauder wasn't supposed to be a bloodbath?
No. No, it was not.
But yeah, Griff, back up to you.
And the return to Lorder wasn't supposed to be a thing. Like, there's a lot of stuff that I've been like, no, we have to play this out narratively, but like, I was not ready.
Nice. But Griff, back up to you for the outro.
Cool. Well, hopefully everyone holds out for the time being. The Blight doesn't overtake our remaining protagonist, and the other two at least can rebalance the equation if so. Otherwise, we will see you next week, if not sooner, for one of the other campaigns. But until then, stay thoughtful, stay playful, and keep adventuring.